Doki doki ooh woo. All my heart's for you, my wonderful fiance, Seamus. welcome back to the kitchen. Welcome back to the kitchen. I should be heard. I should be. Yes, okay. Beautiful. How is everybody? How are we doing? What are we up to today? Hopefully good things. Hopefully less tech issues than me. Congratulations, Seamus, on being the official first. Esiclis on the official second, and Carrie on the official third. Welcome in, you three. Welcome in, Suspenders. Not just for us so we can play all the games all the time. Okay, fair, Suspenders. Hello, Peppermint. Welcome in. It is baking time. We're gonna taste the rainbow today because it is the last day of June, which is Pride Month, that I stream on. Obviously, tomorrow is the actual last day of June. So wait, today's the 29th, isn't it? And I said Sunday, June 30th. Wow. That's the level of my brain is not functioning. Got some sewing done and yard work done. Oh, so you're hiding in the cool part of the house. That's a great idea, Carrie, because it's going back to heat wave. Well, I say heat wave, but it's really just normal seasonable temperatures. We're gonna be in the 80s starting like tomorrow for the foreseeable future. You didn't even realize? We're on the same wavelength, Suspenders, of melted. So we are baking today. I found 2 recipes that I'm very interested in for rainbow baking. Seamus, you're also streaking. Oh my goodness. All the streaks today. Let's go. Oh, that's good, Carrie. That's good. I'm glad the reunion was fun. I'm glad. So I'm late for 2 reasons today. First and foremost, I am still cooked from all of the driving I did yesterday. I went north to see my family's new camp. My aunt and uncle bought it, I want to say last year, and they've been like fixing it up, and yesterday was the day that they wanted to just kind of like invite everybody up to see the camp, see the area, get a feel for it in case people wanted to come up and use it or what have you, or stay over. And it is, if you're not stopping, a cool 2.5 hours away from where I live, from where all of us live. Like, nobody lives close to this. So with stops, because I had to take pictures of all the pretty scenery since I was driving up through the Adirondacks and not highway driving, it took 3 hours each way. 3 hours. So I did 6 hours of driving. I could have gone to Salem and back for 6 hours of driving. That's a lot of driving. I left the apartment around, I think it was around 11:30 in the morning, and I didn't get home until 10:30 at night. That's a drive to Sydney and back. Yeah, it's a long time. It's a long drive. Might as well be in Saskatchewan. Yeah, it's a good distance. So I did a lot of driving. I woke up today right around 10 a.m. So that's not too bad. But I had no get up and go. I had no drive. I had no motivation. I took care of a task that Mel, hello, welcome in. I took care of a task that I have been struggling with task avoidance for, and then I was just like, I cannot wrap my brain around getting ready to stream, so I postponed. Seamus took a nap because he hadn't been feeling the greatest, and finally around like 2 o'clock when I was supposed to get started, originally I was like, all right, let's at least start putting things together. And that's when I couldn't really get the tablet to turn on. And I couldn't figure out why. It's because it was stone cold dead. It is at 1% battery right now. It's at 1% after being on the charge for 40 minutes. So, fingers crossed that the tablet, which acts as this camera between all of us, doesn't die. The goal is that it uses less power to run the one application I need it to run than it gains from charging. Heading out the door to work. No worries, a lurky lurk is a-okay. I hope you have a decent work day, Mel. Work is a big boo. Pro strummer move. It is a pro strummer move. Prayers for the tablet. Prayers for the tablet. Yeah, so we went from I just didn't have brain power to I didn't have tablet power. Both my brain and my tablet are in extreme low battery mode. It's just a thing today. And that's okay. We're gonna make it work. So far, so good. What's up, Seamus? He's like,
looking to see what you have plugged into.
In my laptop?
Okay, sure.
Seamus was trying to figure out what I had plugged my tablet into. It's in the laptop that's right in front of me. No power all around. That's right. That's right. So we're doing 2 recipes today. I was originally only going to do one, and it was the one that Seamus was more excited for, which is the Bundt cake. But the Bundt cake is going to take me like maybe 30 minutes to put together. It'll bake in the oven for an hour, and then we have to let it cool, and that would be it. And I was like, that's too easy. So I had also found these rainbow slice and bake cookies, which are going to take more effort. So we're going to start with the cookies because they have to chill before we slice them to bake them. And then while they're chilling, we'll put the Bundt cake together. And then when the Bundt cake goes into the oven, we can sit for a little bit, which is very important for my poor feet. And after we have a sit, when the I'm gonna call it a pound cake because I'm used to it being a pound cake that you make in a Bundt pan. When the Bundt cake comes out of the oven, we can then also pull our cookies out and begin slicing them because we'll be able to pick up the momentum again. Cut to 1.5 hours from now when the Bundt cake comes. Listen, Peppermint, that is a risk I am willing to take. If it comes out a mess, then it was just a bad recipe because both of these are new to me recipes. Suspenders, thank you for the lurk. Go get those kiddos sorted. Good luck. Good luck with the kiddos. I find your lack of faith disturbing. We do love messes. So the rainbow slice and bake cookies I found on Food Network. If you want the recipes as I have typed them, plus the links for them, they are all in... Sorry, I'm typing with one hand. In the Discord. I always put the recipes in the Discord. If I modify the recipe at all, I will also update the Discord. So that is a thing. That is a thing that happens. So yes, the rainbow slice and bake cookies from Food Network call for 2.5 cups of flour plus more for dusting. Dusting is for our surface and stuff when we roll things out. 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder, 1/4 teaspoon of salt, 2 sticks of unsalted butter at room temperature. Now here's my first modification. I only use salted butter. I will be trimming down the amount of salt that I put in the recipe itself because my butter is salted. I usually cut it in half. So, continuing on, 3/4 cup granulated sugar, 3/4 cup confectioner's sugar, 2 large egg yolks, 2 teaspoons pure vanilla extract, 1/4 teaspoon of each red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple gel food coloring. We won't need 1/4 teaspoon, okay? We won't need that. We're just gonna eyeball it. I always eyeball the food coloring. But you need food coloring to do this. Salted milk, solid style. That's right. And then it calls for 1 cup of candy melts to just melt them and make the clouds. I didn't feel like making a special trip to get candy melts, and by me, I mean Seamus, because while I was out visiting family yesterday. We had to split up. Seamus's sister was also in town, and yesterday happened to be the only day that she had available. So I went to my family and he went to his family, and it was the best solution we had because there was no way we both could do both things. But we didn't want to leave one party hanging, you know? So since he was doing the more local stuff, he went to the grocery store for me to get everything. The grocery store does not have candy melts. So instead of using candy melts, I have opted to either A, leave the clouds off, or B, and the more likely thing that I'm going to do, make royal icing and pipe clouds on. Me personally, I think the royal icing is going to taste worlds better than candy melts. That's just me. That will happen at the end after they've baked. So, we're gonna start with these slice and bake cookies. Tip my mixer open. You may also hear the air conditioner kick on at some point. It's on economy mode, so it only kicks on when it feels like it's gotten too warm in here. And it probably won't feel like it's gotten too warm in here until I turn that oven on. And when I turn that oven on, then it's probably gonna be like, oh Lord, because it's warm outside and it's about to be warm in here. So we're gonna start by skipping direction number 1 and going on, well, they've lumped it all together. Direction number 1, we're gonna skip the first part of it, which is whisking the flour, baking powder, and salt together. Because I will put it together when it's going into the bowl. We're whisking it together to kind of like low-key sift it. I don't feel like dirtying another bowl, so I'm gonna start with my wet ingredients and then I'll work my dry ingredients to add to the wet. So wet ingredients, we need to beat the butter, granulated sugar, and confectioner sugar in a large bowl. I'm gonna start with just the butter. The reason being, I want to get the butter as soft as possible and creamy in this bowl first so that I can give it a hand whisk and not end up with powdered sugar in my face when I turn the mixer on. Fuck the directions, that's right, I always do. So there's my whisk attachment, and I'm going to need the paddle attachment as well. I'm also going to need some measuring devices. That's always helpful. Always, always, always. Sister and the kids are coming up this week. Oh, nice. You gotta figure out what you're bringing to the potluck. Are you gonna do a dessert or a savory? That's always the real question. That is always the real question. All right. So 1 cup of butter is just 2 sticks. They specifically say 2 sticks, but it's a cup. You'll also see some ingredients out on the counter behind me because I need them to come up to room temperature for the bundt cake. Now, I put this butter out for these cookies a little while ago. It's actually slightly too soft. I put it back in the fridge for a bit, but it should be okay. We're not to the I see greasy melty spots. We're right on the bitter edge. If I saw melty spots, it would be too soft because melted butter changes the consistency. Pop our whisk on. Whip that butter. Nachos, ooh, delicious. To bring chips, but you want to bring something else. Going to be outside, so that's, oh yeah. Between being outside and the travel time, yeah, definitely. Unless you've got like a big cooler and you can keep it on ice. When in doubt, increase the speed. Yeah, nachos can be very fancy chips. Okay, so the butter is now in a smoother consistency. We're gonna whack it off. need you to stay attached, bowl. Next step, we're gonna add in the granulated and the confectioner sugar. We need a 3/4 cup of each. Cold thing's not the best idea. Yeah, that's fair, Carrie. That's fair. You need something that can just be relatively neutral. 2/3, 3/4. You know what's really neutral, Carrie? Cookies. I'm just saying. There's a snickerdoodle recipe in the Discord that everybody really likes, and it's very simple. A pan of brownies is easy to do. Desserts are honestly like, they're my go-to, so I'll have more suggestions in the dessert category than anything else. But usually they also don't require being heated up or refrigeration. Dova, hello! Chocolate-covered apples was one thing that does sound interesting, but I'd be worried about the chocolate melting unless you tempered it. And tempering chocolate, from what I understand, is a giant pain in the ass. Meat, beans, jalapenos, cheese, sour cream, tomatoes, and you're like, that's true. That's true for nachos. That is true. Powdered sugar. Make a big old dip into here. Because with powdered sugar, that's easier if you can manage it. Knock it as level as possible. And then into the bowl. So they don't get soggy. Yeah. Toss it in a slow cooker and it's chilly. Yep, that's true. So now I am going to pre-mix it with the whisk in my hand because, again, I don't want a face full of powdered sugar. So I'm just trying to get the butter to stick to a lot of the powdered sugar ahead of time. I'm not giving it a super thorough mix. I'm giving it a weigh the sugar down mix. There. That ought to do it. Just enough. Now we mix with the actual mixer. For about 2 minutes. If not chilling, that's true. That's true. Ooh, by poke bowls. I like that idea, Dova. How was it? How was it, Dova? Gotta stay hydrated. I gotta stay hydrated. I also think I need to turn this ever so slightly so that I don't wander off the side of the screen quite as much. Because that is a problem that I apparently have. Whip it. Whip it good. Watermelon cubes instead of tuna fish with sliced cucumbers, diced red onion, and finish with soy sauce. Ooh, that sounds really good, Dova. That sounds really good. We are essentially making almost frosting. The granulated sugar takes it away from a frosting, because usually you just use confectioner sugar for that, but it's close enough. Okay. Nice, smooth, creamy. I'm gonna whack it off. get out my spatula. Scrape down them sides. Yep, smells a lot like frosting too. Shocker. All right. Now we need 2 egg yolks. Just the yolks, no whites. I am going to save one of the egg whites for making the royal icing, but the other one, I have nothing to do with it. Luckily, we are not making, well, we're sort of making meringue for the royal icing. So I need to be mindful not to get the yolk in the white. But I'm not as paranoid. Not the best crack for separating, but we'll take it. I say as it then just separates perfectly. Okay, fine. Prove me wrong, egg. I see how it is. I see how it is. All right. Does it say one at a time? Nope. So there's my egg yolk. I'm going to set that aside. That I'm keeping. Or not my egg yolk, my egg white. Now I just need one more egg yolk in there. Wow, these eggs just want to break. Like, holy crap. We're just gonna get messy with this one. Give me your egg yolk. Very good. In it goes. There was no better way. The shell just was like, it fell apart. Get messy, that's right. Yup, wholesomeness while the rim mother bakes. I can speak, really, I promise. All right, so I don't really need this one, but we'll just set it over there anyways, because I'll deal with it later. So there's the egg yolks, and then we also need our vanilla. 2 teaspoons. Pure vanilla extract, by the way, no imitation here. We don't like fake extracts. They don't taste as good, and they usually lend an odd flavor to whatever you're baking. Oh, but it smells so good. It smells so good. Don't lick the vanilla extract. It's bitter. It smells real good. It tastes real bitter until it's baked into something. 2 teaspoons? Put this back on. We're gonna beat those in. So, you know it's fake because it says so on the bottle. This bottle says pure vanilla extract. If it were a fake vanilla, it would say imitation vanilla. And that goes for any extract. If it says pure, it's real. If it says imitation, it's fake. Yep. The reason why most people get Rukia, hi.
Rukia.
The main reason most people get imitation extracts is because they are markedly cheaper. But the taste difference is also markedly noticeable. If you've grown up with imitation, you won't notice it for your home baking, but you'll definitely never achieve what I would call restaurant quality baking with imitation. That being said, even though, so this is a 4 fluid ounce container of vanilla. I paid close to $35 for it, which feels very expensive, but that's gonna last me most of the year for all of the baking that I do up until Christmas cookie baking, at which point I need a full 4 ounces just for the Christmas cookies. So it, like, the value is there if you do a lot of baking, and it doesn't go bad. Extracts do not go bad because they're heavily alcohol based. That's just the nature of the beast. All right. Now we need the flour mixture. So we need flour, baking powder, and salt. 2.5 cups. I'm just gonna get my big old measuring cup out here. 2.5 cups of flour. If you don't, you really can't justify it. That is fair. If you're just gonna bake like once a year, I can totally understand not justifying it. But you can also get smaller containers, and those are gonna be cheaper. The 4 fluid ounces for the people like me who bake a lot. Most of the time it comes in 2 fluid ounces. But I will never judge somebody by having to make concessions because of affordability. Hi, Vin. It is Stabbith Vanika. How are you, Vin? How's it going? Welcome in. You guys, when Vin has the ability, he is my counterpart. Okay? I do a lot of baking. Vin does a lot of cooking. Did I? Yep, that's too much flour. Put a little back. Don't even cook. Bundt cake, nom nom nom. Yeah, we're gonna do a rainbow layered bundt cake. Still too much. DoorDash all day, every day. Daredevil says, "Hi, hello, kitty cat." DoorDash is evil. DoorDash is evil because it's too easy to access when you live in any sort of a metropolitan area, like even the little ones. Too easy to access. Okay, there's our flour. 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder. It's what got you last night. Oops. Oops. I wouldn't know. I wasn't home for DoorDash last night. Bloop. And then, like I said, we're lessening the salt because I'm a heathen that uses salted butter. So it called for a 1/4 teaspoon. I'm using an 1/8. Because nobody wants salty cookies. Woo! And I pour it over the island and not in the container because the salt comes out real fast. Heretic, burn the witch. Burn the witch. Doodash. Oh, Doodash. I see it. Listen, my brain just auto-corrected, okay? It's as bad as the autocorrect on your phone sometimes. Scoop up some of the extra. All right. I'm gonna get my whisk out. Could I have done this ahead and set this aside? Sure, I could have. But then it would have been one extra thing on my counter island that I didn't want to have there. So I always do this backwards. I don't like to dirty extra bowls if I can help it, because I'm lazy about washing the dishes. I don't have a dishwasher. I am the dishwasher, or Seamus is the dishwasher. And then you want to add it slowly. So we're going to add a little bit. Like half-ish. And now we're moving on to the paddle attachment. And just like I did with the confectioner sugar, so I didn't get a face full of dry ingredient, I am pre-wetting the ingredients together, pre-mixing, so that it doesn't splash back into my face. Mix just enough so that it's combined. Next little bit. And once again, give it a quick stir. I tried when I did my sugar cookies for Christmas this last year to skip this step because, oh, it couldn't possibly be a problem now that there's a heavy dough load in the bowl. It was a problem. It was a problem. I will never skip this step again. Ever. Until I have a KitchenAid that properly has a slow speed. And whack it off. That's right. Mixa, 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 mixa. You always gotta whack it off. Always and forever. The last of it. And basically, it's just having you add it in sections so that it's easier to not have lumps. That's all. Speaking of whacking it off, get off of there so that I can smush you into the flour a little bit. So I don't end up with a flour facial. Okay. Get up there. Perfect. Mixy, mixy, mixy. Standard cookie dough, basically. No lumps. That's right. No lumps. Hey, yo. We whack it off a lot here, Vin. Whoop. Wrong order. Always whacking it off. It's all mixed. Okay, the rest of this doesn't want to be whacked off. We'll scrape it instead. Next step is getting the food coloring in it. Well, first we have to separate it, then we can get the food coloring. And before we can separate it, we kind of got to clear space because this island is literally all the space I have for doing any of my baking at any given time. This apartment is real small. So what you can see is what I have to work with. That little bit of counter back there to hold stuff and this island. That should do it. The cookie dough tastes good. I'll tell you that much. I have to sample a little bit of it. I don't want to poison Seamus after all. Or myself, really, but... Ugh. Make sure the bottom part got mixed with just a little bit of a hand stir with the spatula, because sometimes the KitchenAid doesn't reach the bottom as well. That's just normal. Okay, that ought to do it. That ought to do it. Eats raw egg yolk in bed. Listen, if eggs were gonna take me out, they would have done it a long time ago. There's gonna be raw egg white in the royal icing. It's fine. It's fine. We'll be fine. What you really have to look out for is the flour. The raw flour is actually more dangerous for you in the United States than the raw eggs. I'm gonna set that over there. Along with these. I think we're done with them. I don't think I'm gonna need them. I'm just being paranoid. Yeah, the reason why when you have a recipe for like cake balls or something that it calls for you to cook the flour in the oven is because for whatever reason, the surface of our flour in the United States tends to carry salmonella if you're not careful. Wild, huh? Clean as we go a little bit, just because that makes life a little easier in the long run. Okay, we're gonna weigh some of this out. Yup. It calls for it in ounces. We need to divide it into 6 pieces for 6 different colors. Switch to ounce. Get my scale to stop bouncing around like a lunatic. Come on. Level out to 0 and stay there. That should work. Okay, so we're gonna be making a whole log. And the smallest colors need less dough than the outer colors that need more dough. So we're gonna need 2 balls that are large and about 7 ounces, 2 balls that are medium and about 5 ounces, and 2 balls that are small and about 3 ounces, and that's each. So we need to make our balls. I'm gonna start with the small ones. Don't do that. Go back to 0. Thank you. 2.5, 2.7, 2.75, 2.8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 3 ounce, 3.05, close enough. So there's a 3 ounce ball. Nivex, hello, you're streaking too. We got all the streakers in chat today. I said stay at 0, kitchen scale. Okay, so based on the size of that one, I'm gonna estimate, and we'll see how right I am, that this is about 3 ounces. $2.95. So close. There we go. About 3 ounces. Put an apron on to protect the bits from the hot stove. For real. All right, so there's the 3-ounce pieces. We need the 5-ounce pieces, and then we need the 7-ounce pieces. $5.90, that's a little too much. 5.5. 5.2. 5.05, close enough. Hotter than it is outside here. You couldn't mow today. Oh, it hit the thermal cutoff. How warm is it there today, Nivex? Holy crap. I feel like I'm not gonna have enough dough, but I'm trusting the recipe. $5.70, 5.35, 5.15, 5.05, close enough. So the stove it will be hotter than outside because that's the nature of the oven. It's gonna be set for this recipe to 375 Fahrenheit. Let me smash all this together. I don't think it's 375 Fahrenheit outside, but I'm sure it feels like it could be close to that. Smidge under 80 when you tried to mow. It's sitting at 88 right now. Yuck. Yeah, it's gonna suck for Seamus mowing this week because it's gonna be in the 80s and I don't think it's coming back down out of the 80s. And then I eventually need to get out there with him for yard work. Probably Tuesday evening. I think Tuesday is the day that neither one of us really has anything going on, so we can get outside and do some work. I'm basically, right now I'm just loosely kneading in the crumbly bits from the bottom so that they also get moisturized by the butter. Okay, so we need 7 ounces each. Six and a half, 6.45, let's see. 6.75, 6.9, 6.95, 7 even. Are you 7 ounces? 7.6. Well, I'm gonna take 0.3 off and smash it into the other. 7.35. And these can just, like, there we go, 7.3. These can be a little bit extra big because they're gonna be the outer rings. And if there's anywhere that I want a little bit of extra ability for the dough, it's the outer rings. Because they've got the hardest job of getting around the whole fucking log. You know? They gotta get all the way around. They are the size queens. All right. Turn that off. Set this over here for a rinsey rinse. I am going to do the unthinkable and hand knead my colors into these because I'm a heathen. I have to decide on bowl sizes for them though. And I need to rinse my hands real fast to do that. Although maybe, no, because color mixing is going to be an issue. I was about to say, maybe I could just do it in the stand mixer, but I would have to rinse the paddle every single time. And that is the struggle. I think I am gonna just stick with like one bowl though. So real fast, I'm gonna clean up my ingredients so that they're out of the way. I'm gonna have to grab some of them back out for the bundt cake. But we can handle that. We have the technology of moving feet and hands that work to go re-grab the ingredients as we need them. I need space right now to work with for putting the dough colors together. Techno? Techno. I'm assuming you mean techno for technology. Okay. Okay. Colors. Doughs. I didn't use these yet, so I'm just gonna set these back down in here because that gets them out of the way. I am going to hand mix in one bowl, which may seem crazy, but I think it's just crazy enough to work. Do I want to use a cereal bowl? Yeah, I do. Because none of them are that big. So I'm gonna start with my little pieces and work my way up to the bigger ones. Biological techno, that's right. So let's start with yield purple. Now, for the most part, the gel colorings that I like are Americolor. Will it focus on the Americolor? Not really. Well, you're just gonna have to trust me. Americolor. So this is Regal Purple. Also, I hope that the sound of my voice is lining up with my lips moving, because I can see on my laptop it looks like there's a lag between video and like what I'm doing in real life and what you guys might be seeing, but I can't tell if it's a lag that is because I have a remote desktop on or like it's actually present. 1, 2, 3 big globs of Regal Purple gel. Tiny bit of lag, but not bad. Very small. Okay. So long as it's very small and not really noticeable, because that, I will say, that's a personal pet peeve that just drives me nuts. And I'm literally squishing it to knead it to get the gel paste through. Don't you dare be blue. No, you'll turn purple. I see it coming. I think. Because I can't tell if the gel has separated at all. Are my hands gonna be covered in color? Yes. Yes, they are. That is just the nature of the beast with this. It does say wear gloves. Seamus can tell you, I am not a glove-wearing girly. I just kind of get in there and get messy. And thankfully, my clients, presently at least for massage, understand that sometimes I've been working with this kind of stuff. I feel like that's very blue. But you know what? Before I judge it too harshly, I am going to do the other colors and then I can compare it to the blue and we'll see how blue it really looks. I'm just going to grab paper towel. Yeah, because when I wipe my hands, I see the purple. I do see the purple. And I want to clear any purple that's in the bowl out of the bowl because we have to do blue. What's fun about this is, like, I typically just use red and green because Christmas cookies. We'll go royal blue. What color is this? Oh, violet. Yeah, this is the color purple that we were supposed to get. But I'll be damned if this isn't the color purple it looks like we've got. Wild. One, two, three. The nice thing about gel food coloring, and the reason why I prefer it to liquid, is it doesn't add moisture for the most part to your dough. And it's a much richer color. It's usually more vibrant. And you need less of it. So it's just, in my opinion, gel is just all around better. You've been bamboozled, right? We have been bamboozled, Rukia. But now that I'm mixing the blue, it looks much more purple. Comparatively. I think we can live with it. Also, I'm not saying I accidentally stuck my finger right in the blue, but I think I stuck my finger right in the blue. Furiously taking notes. Absolutely, yeah. I'll be interested to see the state of gel food colors as well with the new law that's banning like red 40 in the United States, but they do have gel food color in Europe where red 40 has been banned for a long time, so I'm sure it'll be fine. So at this point, I'm just folding because you can kind of see there's some streaks of not mixed dough, and I just want it to be mixed. There we go. So now, if I hold them up together, this is clearly purple and this is clearly blue. They do look different. We can live with that. Purple and blue done. Oh, don't you dare start freezing on me. I updated OBS. I updated your application on the computer, and I have not been alerted to an update on the phone, so. It's a ball of Smurf, right? I see the hiccuping. All right, so now we need green and yellow for our smaller, or our medium. Just give this a quick knead. Get them blue balls off the counter. Yeah, Seamus, get your blue balls off the counter. Love you. I don't think I remember to do this real quick. Speaking of blue, make sure it's not in the bowl. Green is next. I forgot to buy more AmeriColor green. At least I think I did. I didn't see it up there. If I bought it, I put it somewhere safe. So we're just gonna work with what I got as a oops, I'm out of green emergency color, and it's satin ice. It's called Green Vert. It is still gel. It should be fine. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Well, now I've also got a green thumb. At the very least, I'm keeping the dye job to just one hand, for the most part. That's got to count for something, right? It's got to count for something. Apologies for anybody who is stuck in ads, even though you can't hear me saying this. Baking is not a type of stream where I can pause for the ads, usually. It's not like gameplay. All right, let's pick it right up and out and just fold it together. Get rid of any streaking. The only streaking we want is in chat. Not in our dough. Okay. There's green. I think I'm gonna need a new paper towel after this. Make sure there's no green in the bowl. Yeah, we'll grab out a new piece of paper towel. So now we need yellow. And I'm giving these a quick squeeze because the surface is like getting air dry and a little crispy, so that's just helping to reawaken the oil from the butter, essentially. Apparently I've used a good chunk of yellow too. I'm gonna have to go through my gel colors and figure out what I need to replace. 1, 2, 3. The yellow, for whatever reason, has always been a little liquidier, so I'm adding a little bit extra to try and help it along. Helping it along. It looks like I have Play-Doh on the counter, doesn't it? It really does. When you do the dough, it does make it look like Play-Doh, 100%. And that's part of the joy of the gel. It gets very vibrant very quickly. Welcome back from the ads, friends. We're still dyeing dough. And even though it may feel like the streaks don't want to go away, if you just keep working it, it will distribute the color evenly. It will get there. Have faith. There's yellow. Yes. Must have faith. Apparently I'm still getting green off of my hands. Wipe the yellow out of the bowl. Now we need orange and we need red. Get back here. Shake it, 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 shake it. And this is literally like, the yellow is just called lemon yellow, and this is just called orange. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop it back in its box. My mom originally got me this box of gel food colors. So if you want to know how old this is and how long these colors last, my mom passed away 7 years ago come this August. And she bought them for me a few years before she passed away. So they're at least 10 years old and they're still kicking and working so well. You're excited to see orange and red? They're gonna be good. Okay. The super liquidy part should be together, so we're just going to do it up in my hands. Now these ones, because they are so many more ounces, that's why I added like double the amount of drops from where we started. I may still yet need more. Remains to be seen until I get it fully mixed through. Because we're not tasting the tie-dye, we're tasting the rainbow. And the rainbow is going to taste delicious. Right? But if you think about it, I'm not using natural color. So if it was made with the beet juice and the turmeric and things like that, I would not expect it to have this shelf life. But these colors are made in a laboratory. So they have a much better shelf life because of that. These basically have a shelf life of until they evaporate or solidify. I'll take that. So we just have red left. And because red and orange are so similar, I am not going to worry about wiping out the bowl. I guess there's a little dab of green. It'll be fine. Red is by and far the color I use the most of. It's the first one I had to replace because I use so much of it in my Christmas cookie baking. And this is literally super red. Excuse the fuck out of me, Droid Cam. Stop freezing. Slice and bake. That's right, Wazzo. Welcome in. Laboratory colors, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are they the best and most healthy for you? Absolutely not. Do I use them in my every day? Absolutely not. I'll be okay. Especially because I know I have a little bit of a sensitivity to red 40 and I can still eat these. Because I used to have an IBS reaction as a kid to, do you guys remember those like little barrel drinks? I don't remember what those juices were called. They were all fake flavors and they were in like little plastic barrels. And one of them was red. It was obviously the red one was the second best because we all knew the blue was the best. I don't even know what fucking flavor blue really is, but blue was always the best flavor. But if I drank the red ones of those barrel drinks, I would not feel well. And if I had the red Hawaiian punch, I would get real sick. For a little while, I couldn't have things like Shirley Temples because that amount of grenadine would hit me. You remember them? Oh, is it spelled wrong? Oh, it is. Blue flavor. Yep. I did not even notice, Wazo. My brain is only half functioning. Yeah, if you ever wanted one to see it look marbled, this is definitely the one to see the marbling. With the foil tops, yes! Had them every day for lunch with a beef stick and a piece of cheese. What a lunch, Carrie. What a lunch. We had them usually during the summer because it was easy for my parents to just buy like a whole box of them from BJ's or whatever, open the box and leave them where us kids could reach and not have to think about it, especially for camp. Somehow you're not sure how you managed to survive and do your sports, right? Right? Listen, I was no better. I laugh, but I was no better. My school at one point offered nachos with cheese, and it was just tortilla chips and that god-awful, delicious fake cheese sauce. And I ate that. And like this orange smoothie thing. I don't even remember the brand. I don't remember what it was called. Every day for a little while. When my mom didn't want to make lunch for me in the morning. There we go. Now that is red. See, just have faith. Little hug fruit barrels. Thank you, Wazzo. Such a weird diet. It's not much better now since you're texture fussy. Yeah, and that's totally understandable. You know, just a little messy. We're gonna wash our hands real quick, because that is important. Take off as much of the excess as I can. Now I can really highlight where all the dry skin lives on my body. Because that's the areas where the color doesn't really want to come out as well. But overall, that's much better. We've still got like a little bit on the thumb and stuff, but much better. Much, much better. If you don't really care for the texture of the smell, you really... Yes. I 100% understand, Carrie, because I am also a texture eater. And if I can't handle the texture, that's it. Not happening. Okay. Once again, I need to just loosely tidy. Because we're going to have to roll things out. This is where it gets fun. Now I need parchment paper and measurements. Ugh. I don't need a ton of parchment, so that's always nice. Oh, cutting parchment paper though, because my container does not have like that sharp, metal piece to cut my parchment, so it's always a little bit of an effort with the scissors to get it as straight as we can. To start, it's not going to want to stay flat. As we use it, it will flatten. So we actually start with the purple, and we are not, I'm just going to set these on here actually. We are not we're not rolling pinning the purple. We are making a log. The purple is the base log. Man, now I want one of those little fruit barrels. The nostalgia. The nostalgia of it. So we want it to be about 7 inches long, it says, and 3/4 of an inch thick. I don't actually know what 7 inches looks like by sight. And I'm a little rough on 3/4. So I'm gonna grab a ruler real fast. Because I just need a frame of reference. Yeah, because see, this is almost 7 inches, and I would have been like, that's too short. Okay, so 7 inches, and yeah, about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Set it off to the side. That's our base. I'm assuming these spread a little when they bake. Next, we need the blue. And now we're going to start making rectangles so that we can wrap it around our log. And actually, I'm going to put the log up here so that I can roughly see how long I need this, and then I just need the ruler to get a rough idea of length or width. I'm having all of the brain farts. Also, now that Wazo pointed it out, before I forget, real quick, because I can do this. I have the L and the I backwards. There we go. Now it's correct. Now it's correct. I need rolling pin. Brain farting. I'll use this in a minute. You know what? Seamus got for me, for my birthday, a beautiful marble rolling pin. And the beauty of marble is that the weight of it really helps you out. I forgot that I need to either flour this surface though, or actually use the parchment paper. One moment. Well, I correct my mistake before it becomes a really bad mistake. I also need the holder for this to be down here so it doesn't roll off of the island and get smashed. Because that would also be really bad. I would be very sad. We're gonna put this back in a ball and start fresh. Have faith. I'm having faith. So let me move these around because I'd like to do more of this over here where you can more readily see what I'm doing. There we go. So it needs to be approximately 3.5 by 7. Hello. Don't stick to the rolling pin, goofball. Oh my goodness. We are having some very interesting technical difficulties. I think that maybe this dough is a little too sticky for this rolling pin to easily be done with, and I need to dust the dough. Because that is a problem. That is not how this is supposed to go. Mari, hi! You can have a nibble. You can have a nibble of the spicy ginger. How are you, Mari? Welcome in. Let me get my flour back out. You're rioting? You just want to travel with your cat? Fair. Just get this dusted all over to help things out. I am probably going to do a terrible job at making a rectangle. That is normal for me. Oh my goodness gracious. I may have to just use my wooden rolling pin so that I have a little bit more control over it for right now. I want to use my marble one. I'm very excited to use my marble one, but we are struggling to keep the weight consistent. How to get your cat safely to Texas? Air travel is usually the only way to transport pets if you're not driving. Are you officially moving to Texas, Mari? Are you going down to be with Collect and Full Speed and DH? Yes, you are, because fuck your family. Fair. If your family's not helping you, you do what you gotta do to be safe and happy. All right, this is clearly not a rectangle. I am going to fold it over on itself a little bit to kind of make the rectangular edges. And then struggle some more. I need you to stick to yourself, not to the rolling pin. Thank you. That looks a lot more like a rectangle. Real question is it? It is technically long enough. I'm gonna fold the ends on. Smush them together. Give one roll this way. Another back and forth this way. Come on. Stay stuck to the dough, you fool. You fool of a dough. I missed something. Rent a U-Haul and just not tell you you're taking cats on board. I mean, so long as they're in a carrier, U-Haul shouldn't know. Oh my God, Seamus. Greyhound doesn't allow pets. I mean, it's a responsibility. You're too afraid to put your pets on a plane, too many horror stories. That's fair. FedEx for animals, right? Yeah, U-Haul shouldn't ask about pets. Okay, it needs to be a wee bit longer. That's what she said. Okay, that'll do. So what we're trying to do now is to tightly roll this together. So I'm actually going to use the parchment and kind of squeeze it as I go. See, now this is too long, but we're just going to roll it over itself. There we go. Blue and purple. Giving it a quick seal the seams roll here. And up to the top. They do say that people shouldn't ride in the back because it's possible for exhaust. Oh. But U-Haul also has like the seat in the front you could set your cat on in its carrier. Cats hate traveling no matter how you travel them. Like, they just do not like to travel. Very rarely do you get a cat that's just like, I'm chill with this. Yeah, I don't think you would put the cat in the back, but I'm guessing that Opal's just pointing that out. Do you drive, Mari? That should be the big question, because if you don't drive, that does pose a problem in the U-Haul idea. All right, next is green. Your cat hated it, right, Opal? Opal, you're streaking! Yeah, cats just do not like to travel. The end. They just don't. Except for you, Hera. Yeah, you're cool with it. Hera just lays down and she's just like, all right. Whatever. Okay. Dusted with flour. Valium for the cat, of course. Yeah. I would also like the Valium, thank you, if I have to make a big move like that. I would much rather personally roll it a little thinner and go around more, oh, Jesus, more than once than roll it thick so that I can meet perfectly in the middle. Dough, behave yourself. People are watching. Show them what a good dough you can be. I don't think it cares. I think this dough is a brat. Right, you all not safe. You're no fun. All right, well, so long as it sticks to the log, it doesn't matter if it's a little broken. Now I could super enclose the end, but I don't want to do that personally. So I'm just going to take a little bit of the end excess off of here. I'm going to snap it back on like there. Got a little gappy here. Hi, Hera. Speaking of the little lady. And we're just trying to get this to be a cohesive unit. Hi, Poji. Let me know if I said your name wrong. We're working on slice and bake rainbow cookies. So I'm currently assembling the layers into the log formation. And I'm working on making sure that the layers do not delaminate. So I've tucked the end under, so now I can hold the paper and like really pull the log into the parchment paper to kind of squish the layers together. There we go. So we've got 3 layers on so far. Well, technically 2 layers and a core. Yellow is next. How are you today, Poji? Poji? I see the P-O-U and I don't know if it's an U or an O. Thank you for the lurk, Opal. I appreciate it. Put the dough we pull off into the bowl. Might as well, because we could still nibble on it. It doesn't have to go in the garbage. I said it right, Poji? Excellent. I try to always get the pronunciation right. I'm not always good at it, but I try. Get our surface nice and lightly floured here. It's hot, you're hiding in the AC. How warm is it where you are? Roll that out of the way of the ends of the rolling pin, like one does. What in the fuck? I think I know what it is. I pulled a dry bit of words food coloring off of one of the lids, and I bet you I picked it up on the counter. It looks like the purple bit. That is exactly what it is. Be gone with you. $92. Ooh, that's brutal. You've got to be in one of the southern states if you're at 92, I feel like. Not quite that hot here. Yet. 'Cause I'm in upstate New York. Today, I think it's in the 80s, question mark? Just kind of loosely eyeballing this. Get back down there. I think that's right. That should do. I hope. Close enough. I think now I understand why the width measurements kept getting bigger on the recipe. We have a little bit of overlap, so I'm just fishing it out to fill in the end. It didn't make sense to me since we were using a, 7-inch long log, but since the log itself kind of continues to expand, it makes a little more sense now why the width kept going up and up. Obviously, I'm paying close attention to it, though, since I'm not measuring and eyeballing. And that is what we like to call good enough. Good enough. So long as it doesn't delaminate, it's okay that it's not this perfect flat flush thing as far as I know. Once again, roll it off onto the island counter thing. Orange for the next one. And then we just have red, and then it gets wrapped in saran and put in the fridge/freezer for at least an hour to chill before we slice it and bake it. And I personally will be putting it in the fridge because I have more space in the fridge. Well, no, maybe I could get it in the freezer. Maybe. And then I will put words on stream up for you guys, and I will wash dishes, and we will switch gears to the Bundt cake. And then while the Bundt cake is in the oven, we take a little break. Okay, that feels like it revitalized a little bit, so that the outer dry area is not mainly what we're feeling. Bloop. as we try to not stick the rolling pin to it. Rotate. I'm a big fan of using parchment paper like this so I can just rotate things. Woohoo, woohoo. Yoo-hoo, stay there. Don't, Nope. Now, normally, if you know anything about me, I would be using a pastry cloth, but I am not using a pastry cloth because on the off chance some of the color comes off of this, I don't want it all over my pastry cloth. So no pastry cloth. This will help us out with the edges a little. Hi, Akai. Akai? I always want to say Aiki, and you specifically said on your stream that is not how your name is pronounced. Akai, I think is how you said it was pronounced. How are you? How's it going? Take some of the excess grease off of this as well, so that maybe it doesn't stick as bad. Yes, excellent. I remembered. After a moment. We raided Akai recently. I believe he was playing the Phasmophobias when we raided him. Ugh. Roll this out nice and thin like. I think I've given up on the measurements. I literally am just eyeballing it. That should do. That should do. Here to watch me bake, you're in the right place. You're in the right place. Oh yeah. That's beautiful. Just gonna peel off some of this little excess from the end. And I've got excess on the other end as well. I'm trying not to pull too much. Okay. The orange is just falling apart now. Stay together. Stay with me, orange. Yeah, 'cause then we've got this is like little area that needs some more. Roll it closer to the end. Get it stuffed in there like a burrito. Give it a good squish and pull. Come on, unpeel. Thank you. Just want to roll on the seam a little bit. Roll that log over there. Last color, red. We're almost there. Ooh. And it is starting to feel warm in here, and I'm wondering why the air conditioner has not decided to turn itself on. I may have to manually just set it to cool instead of economy mode. It's almost like baking is a physically demanding activity sometimes. Almost. Give it a good smack. Roll it out. Ooh. Roll it out without slipping. Ideally. One of these days, one of the other things I really want to tackle is a log cake, where you like take the cake from the oven while it's still warm and malleable, and you roll it together with like fruit jams or creams or whatever, and you make this beautiful like roll of a cake that you can then slice and eat. Someday I will try that out. The day is not today, but someday I will. Pinching that end. Pinching that end. You would suck at doing this. There's a lot of years of practice that have gone into getting to this point. That is for sure. But if baking is something that interests you, I highly recommend, practicing until you get to the point where you could attempt this. I've never attempted cookies like this before, so this is new to me. This is a new technique for me. But I am enjoying it. Even if the dough doesn't want to stick to itself and is naughty. Even if the dough wants to be naughty. I keep hearing Seamus typing, and I keep expecting him to type something in the chat of like, he's gaining 5 pounds just watching this. But I think he's actually typing to his ARC people. All right. This should be enough. Just need to center it a little bit better. Roll it on. Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. Glorious. I am pleased with my work. Backwards. Give it a good tuck. It's almost as big as your dick now. Oh my God, you were typing to my brother. And what is my brother up to? What is he demanding? Is he bored? Is he complaining about being bored? Because that's usually his MO. Seamus, I think every guy wishes their dick was this big, okay? But we all know if your dick is this big, pants don't fit. Warships, gotcha. That was my second guess. Yeah, if your dick is this big, pants don't fit, okay? It's just the long and short of it. And no woman readily wants that. This is not goals. Gonna tab me up. I appreciate it. All right, what did they say the final measurements should be? 9 inches. Well, we're at 11, so I think we're good. So what I am gonna do is wipe my hands off, actually rinse my hands, because I need to be able to hold on to saran wrap, and I ain't holding on to shit with my hands greasy. It's just not happening. Also, just a general reminder that this is an 18+ stream because we are spicy people. Just in general, we are spicy people. Set this over here. It's gonna need a little bit of a quick wash. Rinse my hands. So let me think. If this yields approximately 36 cookies, which is 3 dozen, then I should be able to get 18 slices off of this log. I think that's doable. Cling film. Right over there for a minute, would you? All right, cling film, listen, you need to not stick to yourself yet, okay? Soon, cling film, you may stick to yourself. For the moment, I need you to just like spread yourself wide. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna roll this onto the cling film, and our greasy parchment paper can go in there. And then we're going to, I'm putting pressure that direction as I roll it this direction, if that makes sense, to really get the cling film to stick to it tightly. And I'm holding it here. There we go. And then you can twist the ends. Do a little that, like a sausage. And we have our log. We have our beautiful log that is now going to go in cookies now, cake second. Yes. Hi, Clover. This is going in the freezer. If it fits. As I suspected. I don't quite have the height. Going in the fridge where it will fit. And we will end up with like a flat spot. That is normal. That is okay. All right. We now need to do a little resetty spaghetti where I wash ye old dishes so that we can move on to the cake. So, new gotcha game is based off of an anime. You're doomed. You're doomed, Clover. You're doomed. So it's cleaning time. Let me pop open Words on Stream. because that's what we're gonna need while I work on the dishes. Autopilot's gonna be on. All right, you guys. I'm gonna bring you on over to the cleaning time screen. I'm gonna start this words on stream. Ads are gonna start soon. It's a-okay. Enjoy some words on stream while I get some cleaning done. And then when we come back, it'll be time to work on the bundt cake. Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Anime horse girl raised. Oh boy, it sounds adorable though. All right, good luck. With this. This. Munching on the leftover dough. You want to try a little leftover dough, Seamus, before I throw it out?
Sugar cookie.
Basically, it's a modern sugar and cookie, yeah. It's gonna be tasty though. Take that off. Hi, Hera. By the way, Seamus, I think I have it set up that you can use like exclamation point continue and exclamation point reset. Reset is if you die, to keep things moving if you don't want to wait for the timer. I think mods and VIPs have access to that. I think, if I did it right. If I didn't, I'll do it for next time. Bless you, Seamus. Oh, somebody got the big word right off. Pop my ears. Oh, I think that sounded like a win. By the way, it always makes me both smile and crack up a little bit at how many of you enjoy lurking, but when Words on Stream comes out, you can't help yourselves. I think it's adorable. And I'm glad that you're here lurking and you're enjoying yourselves. But if somebody ever told me a word game was gonna be what really grabbed people in the like intermission moments of Twitch, I would have been like, no way. Yes way. Yes, it absolutely is. We're getting there with the dishes. Thankfully, I didn't really have to use a lot of dishes for this, so. Oh, big word. I almost feel like my laptop is actually transmitting sound today. For a little while, the remote desktop, like, it just stopped bringing the sound through, but I almost feel like it might be today, which is nice. And then I went and turned my Bundt pan into a singing bowl for a moment. Whoopsies. Put that in there, and then I need my marble one. Nope, the continue isn't working. Dagnabbit. I have to set the command up properly. Because what it needs to do is when you type it, it needs to trigger me to send it as well, so that the game recognizes it. There, that's much safer. I think that's all the dishes. Okay. Oh, big word. Or is it complete? Big word, yeah. Get off the table, Hera. Thank you. What? What? Why are we crying, Hera? Have you also begun to associate me doing dishes with wet foods hitting the mat? Oh dear. Oops, I got water into the scale. Well, that's a thing. It'll be fine. I hope. So we're gonna be using that bad boy a lot for this next recipe. Need to wipe down this island as well. Oh! Oof. 3 points short. Oh no! You did good though. Level 8? Not bad. Go again, you guys. I still got a little bit of tidying to do. And I'm gonna pull out my ingredients while you play and take a quick potty break. Smeagol needs his wets, so he's not bugging the shit out of me. You ready for your wet schmoo? He was kind of lazily on the bed until I actually squatted down. Normally, he hears the water go and he's like on it. There you go, bud. Have some wets. Cat's taken care of. Islands wiped down. Ingredients. Flour. Everything takes flour. Cornstarch, salt, baking. I think this has both baking powder and baking soda. I had Seamus buy me extra cornstarch because I wasn't sure if there was enough in this container. All right. Yes, it does have powder and soda. Excuse me. Baking soda. We're gonna need all the sugars again. Pretty sure this uses both confectioner and regular sugar. Our butter and our cream cheese that have been sitting out waiting for us. Vegetable oil. Oh, there goes Hera. She's got a schmoot on. She's gonna tear ass everywhere. Cream cheese, eggs. I need 6 large eggs. So let me just pull the whole thing of eggs out, because that's way easier. They say to have the eggs at room temperature. I'm about to tell you that I don't think that's necessary. Vanilla and then milk, also at room temperature. I will get the milk in a little bit. Again, I don't think it's that necessary because we're using a stand mixer and I think it'll be fine. Okay, let you guys keep going. I need chapstick. That means I can sit for like a minute or two. Maybe, maybe not. There, now I'm on the board. Nicely done, you guys. Nicely done. I have turned off autopilot so that we don't continue on. I have a whole 6 points on that board. I have a whole 6 points. I'm gonna bring you back over here. We're ready for Bundt cake. Again, this is a new to me recipe, but it should be good. Things are in the drain board. I will grab them as I need them. So for what they call a classic Bundt cake, which I got from Cakes by MK. You'll Bundt my cake. Ooh woo, Nivex. Ooh woo. If you're looking for the recipe, if you're looking for my notes versus the link, Discord. It's in the Discord. So for the vanilla Bundt cake, which they say is classic and super moist, which we all love a moist cake, okay? We need 2.5 cups or 300 grams all-purpose flour. Now it's important to note with this, The person who developed this recipe is from the UK. So when they developed it, they did everything by weight, and the measurements in US cup sizes are approximate. That being the case, I will be weighing everything on my scale for accuracy. So 2.5 cups to 300 grams of all-purpose flour, half a cup or 60 grams of cornstarch, half a teaspoon salt, 1 teaspoon baking powder, a 1/4 teaspoon baking soda, 1 cup or 227 grams of unsalted butter. Now, this is the only thing I'm not going to weigh out because these are pre-weighed. And this is 226 grams of butter. I'm not going to worry about 1 gram that I'm going to go try and slice off of butter somewhere. No, absolutely not. Moist. Moist. Do you like when I say moist, Seamus? Somebody out there is very upset that I just said moist like 700 times. All right. 1/4 cup or 52 grams of unflavored vegetable oil. They prefer canola oil. Here in the US, I'm pretty sure this is probably canola oil, but it's just vegetable oil. I make you moist? Oh my. 2¼ cups or 450 grams of white granulated sugar. That's just your basic granulated sugar. 1 cup or 226 grams of cream cheese. Firm. And it says 8 ounces in the US. So I literally had Seamus just pick up an 8-ounce block of Philadelphia cream cheese. Easy squeezy. 6 large eggs. 1 tablespoon of vanilla extract. And half a cup or 120 grams of whole milk. Now, it should be noted that they did weigh it in grams because I don't know about other people's scales, but my scale actually has a specific weight for weighing the milliliters of milk. Then there's a vanilla glaze recipe, and I haven't decided yet if I'm putting the vanilla glaze on this cake or not. Haven't decided. Batwoman, hello, welcome in. A gram with no delay. An Instagram, you could say, oh my God, Nivex. That was good. But I see why Seamus is gonna swing a banhammer. I can understand why. Get that out of the way. Actually, I need these pages. I'm a silly head. I need to actually read these, you know, to do the cake thing. Okay. So, like every recipe in existence, it says to first start the oven and then separate, like do your dry ingredients first. No, we set the oven in the end because I don't need to have the oven running for longer than necessary when it is presently outside, according to weather.com, 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Too hot. Too hot. That's somewhere in the 20s for Celsius. Probably around like 26, I'm gonna guess. 26 Celsius possibly. I'm doing good, Batwoman. How about yourself? So we're not running the oven for longer than we have to. We will preheat it when we start putting the layers in the Bundt pan. Okay. And then, of course, step 2 is to sift together the dry ingredients. You know how I feel about this. We do the dry ingredients second so we don't have an extra bowl. So into a large bowl, we're going to cream together the butter, oil, and sugar for 3 minutes. And she gives like specific speeds. I put the speeds in. I don't care about the speeds. I'll use what feels right. Let me dry my bowl off here real fast. And the reason why I didn't just automatically dry everything is because I might as well let it drip dry while I can. It makes drying it a little easier because the towel doesn't get as saturated. And if I don't end up using something that I washed, it can just continue to drip dry and I don't have to waste the time drying it off myself. 25 Celsius. I was close with 26. 84, 29. Way too warm. Okay. So we need our butter. 2 sticks for 1 cup. Room temperature. This is almost too warm. I don't know if you can see that very well. See how it's getting like a little bit sticky and shiny? That's almost too warm. But it's not like puddled grease. So we're on that hairy edge. The hairy edge. We'll be okay. Oh. Yes, that's your dinner first, Smeagol. So if you want to eat it, you go ahead and eat it. Because Hera, when we got you, you didn't like wet food and you just kind of pick at it. So let your brother have it. Until he walks away, anyways. Butter, oil. Pull the scale out here. The scale that I now have water in. But the water seems to be nope, there it goes, bouncing. But not as bad. I think the water's helping it not bounce around as much. Welcome back, Thova. We're just getting started on the Bundt cake. The cookies are in the fridge to chill. I need 4 oil. Gonna be a lot of flipping back and forth. That's how it goes. A 1/4 cup or 52 grams. So I am going to use my 1/4 cup measure for this, but I'm gonna watch my grams, my weight. So 52. I'm a little over at 58 because I was just pouring and it went up faster than I expected. I'm going to call it okay because some of it's not going to make it out of the measuring cup. It's just how it goes. All right. Butter, oil, and sugar. I need, sugar-wise, okay, what's on the top here? 2 1/4 cups or 450 grams. Ugh. The nice thing here is since I'm weighing it, even though this only goes up to 2 cups, there's still space for the extra grams. Zero it out. 450. $450. It's so unusual that I actually do everything in grams. It's kind of fun. Into the bowl. And now we're gonna beat it. I grab my whisk attachment. Give it a quick dry. We're introducing as little extra liquid as possible, basically. What are they doing outside? I don't know. I could hear like something scraping along the sidewalk, and I am a nosy person from my window. Let that get started. Thank you for the lurk, Dova. That startled me. Thought I broke something for a second. Water break while it mixes. It says approximately 3 minutes. Until light and creamy, do not overcream. I'll be the judge of that. I will be the judge of that. Thank you very much. Got a slew of snaps from people. Didn't know we were expecting. We're not, Seamus. My food baby. Food baby. After this, it's gonna be the cream cheese. So while that mixes, I'll get this open. This goes in the recycle bin. Or it is cardboard. I also need to shed a little light on my situation with the overhead because the sun is not coming in those windows the same anymore. All right. That's light and fluffy. So for those who don't know, if you beat butter long enough, it goes basically pure white. That's how you get white frosting without food coloring. Whack it off! We're gonna need this again, but I need to scrape down the sides first. So I need my spatula. What, Hera? What? Yeah? Is that so? Okay. All the cream cheese right in. Crazy guy, hello, welcome in. How are you doing today? Everybody seems to be warm, so hopefully you're not sweltering hot either. Or two. Either being I'm not sweltering hot right now. That'll change in about 30 minutes. Ugh. Bloop. In it goes. Is it just the cream cheese? Yes. Yes, it is. Get that in there. You have AC. Your family just left to go to the ice cream shop and they're going to be bringing back dairy-free coconut. Ooh, that sounds yummy. That does sound yummy. Okay. Cream cheese in. Whack it off. Whack, whack, whack it off. Whack, whack, whack it off. Do, 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 do. That's how we roll here. Random musical interludes. I think now is the eggs 2 at a time. I have, obviously read through this recipe because I typed it back up for Discord so that it would be formatted for Discord. Yep, add eggs 2 at a time, mixing on low speed until each addition is well incorporated before adding the next 2, continuing until all 6 eggs are used. Easy squeezy. You gotta make a key lime pie. Ooh, you're going to cheat. You're just gonna use Miracle Whip. What an interesting ingredient for a pie. Not Cool Whip? I feel like you meant to say Cool Whip. Yes, Cool Whip. I was gonna say Miracle Whip would be a very interesting flavor in that. I would expect that more in retro Jell-O recipes. All right, 1 egg. If you don't trust yourself not to get shell in there, or if you care about getting shell in there, crack them over a bowl. Or if they're farm fresh and you have to be worried about blood spots and stuff, crack them in a bowl. I'm not worried about any of those things. So, right in they go. 2 at a time. 2 at a time. Yeah, I haven't made a key lime pie in years. Been a very long time. Okay, that's well incorporated. I am now going to just leave this on and crack around it. You got validation in your family. Fudge recipe. Ooh. Processed cheese was very acceptable. And you know what? Fair, Carrie. You're also going to take cream cheese and Ooh, that sounds very lime-malicious, crazy guy. The last time, actually, let me rephrase that. The one and only time I made key lime pie, it was too bright for me, like way too tart. I couldn't do it. Seamus loved it. It was too much for me. So I need to tone it down if I make it again so that I can enjoy it too. Especially because right now, Seamus is like leaving all of that to me. He doesn't eat as much of the pie. Make the key lime pie or make the berry salad. Past 20 years, you want to do something different. You made an orange creamsicle pie. Oh, very nice. Okay, I did get one really big piece of shell in here this time because they're breaking so easily. If I can easily get it, I'll snag it out. If not, nope, it's gonna run away from me. Extra calcium. I'm not fighting with it. In the grand scheme of things, nobody's probably gonna ever notice. Let's mix these two. All right. And the last two. Yeah, for Memorial Day, as some of you saw while I was playing, was it Blueprints? I think we were playing Blueprints. I did layered Jell-O, so I had to get up usually during the ad breaks. So sometimes you could see, sometimes you couldn't, depending on how long it took me. I was working on layered Jell-O for Memorial Day weekend. 12 delicious layers of Jell-O. Bloop. God, that's a satisfying sound when it just slaps the surface of the batter. And that's 6 eggs. That's why I had Seamus get extra eggs, because I knew I was going to be using a lot of them. Get them mixed in. Okay. God, that is a beautiful consistency. Do you see this just like pretty much ribboning off of here? Oh, gorgeous. Whack it off. Whack it off. I don't think I'm gonna need this anymore, so we'll put it back here. All right, Now we're gonna have to do the dry, I believe. Oh, nope, I lied. I need to do the vanilla. So I do still need this. Just kidding. I'm so used to adding the vanilla with the eggs that I totally spaced. So vanilla-wise, we need a tablespoon of this good stuff. It's a lot of vanilla, and I'm here for it. Betzel a few months ago, and even though it was delicious, it was uncomfortable. Using a sifter, he let all the eggshell... I've never used a sifter for eggshells. How interesting. Vanilla. We're using that good old pure vanilla extract. It smells so good. But I know if I get any on my fingers and I lick them, it tastes so bad. So bad. One glorious tablespoon of vanilla. Set that in the one that we used for the oil. Causes you to shake a lot when you do recipe. Very okay. Catching undesirable material. That's fair. I forgot to tell her. Fair. Okay, that makes more sense, because I was like, I have never heard of using a sifter with eggs, but that makes more sense. Mix in that vanilla. I'm excited for this cake. This is going to be a delicious cake. Whatever food you're eating, a lot smoother, but if you don't need a sifter, don't you? Yeah, you might want to use it. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. So beautiful. Whack it off. Whack it off. There we go. Now I can set that over there. Because that should be all of the wet ingredients. Okay, yep, we're going to start mixing the dry into the wet. So I'm going to put away the eggs. I'm going to put away the oil. I'm going to put away the vanilla because I need more space on my island. So if I get the ingredients I'm no longer using out of the way, I get a little space back. And if you clean as you go, it's easier to clean overall. Because not all at once. And yes, granulated sugar technically counts as a wet ingredient. Okay. For my next move, I will turn on the air conditioner. I put cream cheese in, you already know it's gonna be good, right? Okay, so now I need to put together my dry ingredients. We need 300 grams or 2.5 cups of all-purpose flour. I'm going to do this again in my big measuring cup. Let me dry it out here. Because I can just keep weighing as I go. And then I don't have to dirty a separate bowl. Which is always nice. It's one less thing that has to be washed, basically. Zero it out. So 300 grams of all-purpose flour. It's actually far more accurate to weigh flour than it is to do like a cup measurement because of humidity in the air. Changing how like densely packed it'll be. Weight will always be the same. Whether or not it's super fluffy or super not fluffy will change. 300. 218. 247. 69. Ooh, ooh. Let me just finger in a little bit more flour here. $300 grams. Beautiful grams of flour. All right, and then into the flour, we need cornstarch at 60 grams, so I'm just going to zero it out again, which is approximately half a cup. I'm just going to get a spoon. Not going to dirty my half cup for this. $25. 38, 47, 53-ish, 50-ish, 57, 58, 9, 60. All right, 60 grams of cornstarch. Baking powder and baking soda. These are actual measurements. I'm gonna turn that off. I need my teaspoon. Oh, I need my salt as well, don't I? Salt, which I use salted butter. So again, since it calls for unsalted, we're gonna use half of the salt. So I need my 1/4 teaspoon back. If I put it over here, that's my half. Do I need my half teaspoon? I need my 1/4 and my 1. So I don't need my half teaspoon, but I do need my 1 teaspoon. Beauteous. Pick up arrowroot flour and starch. Oh boy. And it's already 7:15, so depending on how things go there, you might be doing that tomorrow, crazy guy. So a 1/4 teaspoon of salt, because I'm using, oh, I have to grab the salt. That's helpful, because I'm using salted butter, and we don't want salty cake. And I don't feel like buying unsalted butter. Once again, not pouring this directly over because I cannot be trusted to not overfill the spoon. Good enough. Salt. And a 1/4 teaspoon of baking soda. And 1 teaspoon of baking powder. You just need it within the next few months. Oh, fair enough. Coming tomorrow, which isn't the worst thing. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. 1 teaspoon. And it says to whisk it together, which is fine because that means I don't have to sift it. It just wanted me to sift the flour, and my flour is pre-sifted and well pre-sifted. I trust it. And now I didn't have this giant thing sitting and taking up space. It's interesting that this is all the dry ingredients that's going in this giant bowl of wet ingredients. But I know it's going to bake up nicely. Okay, so now we're going to combine it in bits. And I think she says to fold it in by hand. Yeah, fold with a spatula until just combined. So the reason why she's saying to use a spatula is because we've whipped a lot of air into this, so we want to keep as much air as possible. So I am actually going to fold this in with a spatula, and then I'll get my milk after. That's about half. Right? Yeah. And folding is literally just scooping from the bottom and like placing it on the top. That's it. Till just incorporated. Let me scrape my spatula off here. Stick it down the side a little. Now I need my milk. We need a half a cup or 120 grams of whole milk. Keep the air in while also blending. Exactly. And it honestly used to intimidate the hell out of me to have to hand fold something. And I struggled with it for a while. So if you start trying to fold something and it is just, it is just not easily coming together, do not despair. It is one of those techniques that the more you do it, the easier it gets. And some recipes are just easier to fold than others. All right, milk. She specifically calls for whole milk. And the reason, I'm pretty sure it's a she based on the way the blog was written and everything, by the way. The reason why she calls for whole milk is because whole milk has a higher fat content, and fat is where the flavor is. So I will actually use my half cup measure. I might as well. The third, what I thought, half cup. See how close it is. And again, I'm surprised she weighed this when you could just as easily like not weigh it in this way. Like you could call for milliliters or what have you. So we need 120. $121, close enough. So it is right about a half a cup. You don't dome it. No need for the surface tension. This goes in next. Put the milk away. Fold the milk in. Just gonna make it real soupy again, and that's okay. Oh, I bet those are air bubbles. I'm like, why does this seem so extra lumpy? Air bubbles. All right, and now the rest of the flour goes in. Or the dry ingredient mixture, really. And just fold. It's amazing how quickly it goes from soup to not soup. Here's a really good question. Do I have 6 bowls I can separate this into? Okay, our streaks are gone. No more streaks of flour. That's what we want. Okay. Clearing the deck. That you work the afternoon tomorrow. It'll feel so weird. You've been morning on Monday through. Oh my God, that would screw me up so bad, Carrie. So bad. Set this back here. Who texted me? Anybody important? No. Just a thank you text. And a thank you text does not need to be read in the middle of stream. Whew. That was an arm workout. I did use this, yes. Stack everything in here for the sink. Okay, so now I need 6 bowls because I need to separate this ideally equally. Real fast though, let me put this stuff away. Again, I need space. I am short. Short people problems. How much is left in here? I bet I could fill that into here, maybe. I'm gonna open it and find out. Yeah, I bet I can. Don't mind me, I'm just making a mess of cornstarch real fast so that I only have 1 container. Yep. There, now I only have 1 container. Much better. I don't use cornstarch often, but when I do use it, I use it. I can get a little rinsey rinse. Shut that. This goes back over here. This goes back over there. Okay. Now I have space. Now I have space to work, which is super important. Quick wipe. The garbage is right here, which is why I'm just pushing it off the edge. 6 bowls. one. It's basically going to be every bowl we own. Two. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Seamus must have gotten a bowl of cereal or something, because we have 3 clear bowls and there's only 2 available to me, which means he's using one, which is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, to be clear. I'm just like, that's how my brain works. I notice these things. Okay. So what I am gonna do is start spooning this 1 spoonful at a time, just to like, I'm bad at eyeballing volume, so I'm just gonna do it the best way I can fathom to try and distribute this relatively equally. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, I'm gonna reiterate that for myself more than anything. It doesn't have to be perfect. But we need 6 bowls for 6 colors. Sometimes I get these really nice scoops and sometimes I do not. Oh, there's a big wad of stuck to the bottom flour. Fold that in real fast. That bowl is probably good to go. That bowl should be good to go. Bowl looks pretty good. Ugh. I will catch up on chat in just a minute. Now, you will not see the rainbow directions on this particular website, and that is because the rainbow directions are on a different website. But I read it a couple of different places, and from what I can tell, regardless of what the ingredients are, so long as you don't physically mix the batter again, it will maintain some degree of separation between the colors so that you can just layer them straight up. You don't have to try to do something special like chilling it or whatever to make sure that the layers stay distinct. And none of them said to worry about including the one that I saw that was specifically for a rainbow bundt cake, and didn't say anything about use less for the first layer and more for the next layers going up. Like, it just said evenly. So we're going evenly. Pardon me. It's good flavor. Let me rinse that finger off. I couldn't resist. I had to know. I had to know. And it was just right there. It was so easy. Okay, food coloring. We are once again using our gel colors, same as what we just used for the rainbow cookies. We also have an itchy nose at the moment from cat hair floating around, probably. So I use, traditionally, just to review this again, AmeriColor. The only one that's not AmeriColor right now is this Satin Ice for the green, because I had to emergency get green for Christmas. So we'll start with Super Red. One, two, three, 4, 5 dollops of Super Red. Grab my spatula. And I'm going to try not to knock air out of this, but this is the part where it's going to be hard. And I will have to rinse the spatula after each time, just for color contamination purposes. We are once again looking for it to not be streaky. And you really do just do your best with not knocking the air out. And you know, if I'm smart about this, I will get these into the Bundt pan as I go. Because that way, once I rinse the spatula, it's just rinsed and I don't have to worry about rinsing it again when I start making the pours. So let me get my Bundt pan prepped, and I should preheat the oven at this point. So the oven has to be preheated to 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 180 degrees Celsius. Bake 350. Start, turn the oven light on so I know that I've started it. We are good to go. And then I was gonna grab Pam with flour. Oh, I think I'm gonna break into my second can finally. So Pam is our best friend. We use this. It's called Perfect Release. It's baking oil with flour so that it comes out of the Bundt pan. And the Bundt pan is it's a specific kind of pan that's got ridges and designs and stuff, and you have to put something in here for the release or the cake is never coming back out. That's just facts. I don't make the rules. So I really like Pam with flour. I find it easier than hand oiling and hand flouring. So I'm giving it a little bit of distance. I'm throwing this one out because it's dead. And I'm just getting it sprayed. These last me a long time, which makes me happy. There we go. Pan with flour. That is well greased. Set this back here for right now. I'll put it away in a minute. So what I'm gonna do is slide things around. I want to make sure you can see this. There we go. Just making a mess of myself. So I'm going to, right now, give this one final fold just to make sure. No streakies. We're going to put our red into the bottom of the Bundt pan. That way, it's one rinse of the spatula. We don't have to re-rinse it when it's time to put the colors in. And I'm just gonna really get a good scrape on this. So I can get as much in here as possible. Bowl. Go in the sink. And then I'm just gonna use my spatula like this to kind of tease. Again, trying not to knock any air out, really, that I can help. And just, I'm teasing the batter around to kind of make something of an even base layer, because as we add layers, we're gonna have to be more and more careful about this to not mix them together. All right, so there's layer one. Rinse. And get the bowl with some water in it. Ooh, hot. Hot, hot, hot. It's almost like I'm only using hot water or something, because I am only using hot water when I rinse the spoon. Spatula. Whip off some of the extra water. All right, orangey. And before I forget, I had said I was going to scroll up and double check that I didn't miss anything. Nope, I didn't. Okay, perfect. I feel better now. Orange. This is just simply orange. That's what it's called. If I knew exactly how much I needed to weigh into each bowl, I could have just gotten away with one bowl and rinsing in between, but alas. 3, 4, 5. See where that gets us. I can always add more color. I cannot take color away. Very important to remember that. Why did we put the red in first, you might be asking? Because the red, like the bottom of the Bundt pan is the top of the cake, so we need the red to be in there first. Why didn't I use the actual rainbow Bundt cake recipe that I saw online? Because it has instant jello in it, and I'm not a fan of instant jello, or not instant jello, instant pudding in my baking. That is just a personal preference. It's, you know, some people like it. I'm not a fan of it. So I chose a different Bundt cake recipe to not have instant jello in my Bundt cake. If you are an instant jello fan, there's nothing wrong with it. I just don't care for it. I keep saying instant jello. Instant pudding. Jello is the brand that makes the instant pudding. Words are hard. I do think I want a little more orange. That's very pastel. I want it a little more rich. Put 3 more drops in. If I could stop hitting my fingers, that would be great. Yeah, that's a little better. That's just a little bit more vibrant. And it will bake a little darker than it appears as well. Just as a side note, it will bake darker because the ingredients caramelize a little bit. It'll especially look funny on the outside where it browns, but the inside should be bright and beautiful. Okay. Let's spoon this in. We got our orange. I wonder if I need to adjust the exposure for Droid Cam because it's starting to look like it's struggling to not be overly bright for some reason. Being careful to just pull the top of the layer and not drag into the red layer below when I am moving this batter to try and get it to spread. Anywhere I see that I could use a little bit more orange towards the edges is where I'm going to focus on putting the scrapings, which is mainly the side away from me. A little bit on the side close to me. And I know you can't really see into the Bundt pan. Oh, it's auto leveling? Okay, very good. Good to know. Thank you, Seamus. It must not know how to balance out my pasty white skin. Tease that over. All right. Beautiful. Everything's teased into place. Another bowl for the sink. Another spatula wash. We'll rinse. Flip it off. All right, we'll just continue with these bowls and I'll use the last clear one at the end because it sits in better. Yellow is next. And before I forget, Seamus says it's auto leveling. I do want to change the offset to be just a little bit down though, because I feel very bright. I think that'll help some. Yellow. Mellow yellow. This is called lemon yellow, by the way, not mellow yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna go with 7 because, or 8, I guess, because I squeezed a little too hard. Because we did need extra for the orange, and I'm going to assume since the yellow is very similar, we'll need a little extra for the yellow. Fold it in, fold it in. And make it look like the dog peed in the snow. At least for a moment. It actually is becoming a very pastel yellow, but it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. There's one color where it's gonna be hard to see the streaks, though. It's this color. To make sure I've fully incorporated the dye, the gel food coloring, into the batter. You know, now that I'm looking at this Bundt pan, I think part of why it works to just split it evenly is because, except for in the very bottom, it doesn't really come out at an angle. It curves up and then it's straight up. So you really do have the same volume, except for that very first bit. So that helps. All right, that looks good. Very, very bright yellow. So, yellow going in. I'll tease it out as I go. Yeah, this is the recipe that Seamus is more excited for. He just likes Bundt cakes. Because they're essentially a type of, like, delicious pound cake, and he just likes pounding. I mean, what? Which is a double on... Triple entendre or triple? Because he's a blacksmith and a woodworker. You love my cake. Ooh woo. Ooh woo, Seamus. Ooh woo. Without mixing it, I'm just teasing it to the edges. Everyone loves a good teasing now and again. Especially cake. Take that as you will. And again, to tease it, I'm sticking very superficial so that I don't mix to the bottom. And I'm trying to just, like, tug it into place. Just focusing for a second. Because my OCD is kicking in. Make sure I get all of it to the edges. Okay, yellow's in. Oh my god, Seamus, get out of here. Skedaddle. Rinsey rinse. Right, whip that off. Green is next. So we've got that beautiful satin ice green vert. Tell you what, I'm gonna be ready to sit for a moment while this bakes, because we can't slice and bake until the bundt cake comes out of the oven. So we've got about an hour of chill time before we do the easy part of the cookies. Honestly. We've done the hard part. I would say, to be fair, the cookies, doing each layer where we had to roll it and form it into that log, was probably the hardest of what we're doing today. This is just tedious. But we got this. We got this. Ugh. There. Green is mixed. The green is together. Crazy guy just noticed you're here, Seamus. He forgets that you're always here. Except for when you're not paying attention. Ease this out a little. Completely teased together. You're a ninja? You're something. You are something, Seamus. Scrapey to scrape, scrape. I have one little spot that needs a fill in. This is actually a lot of fun. I'm excited to see what this looks like when I can slice into it. I'm very excited to see what this looks like when we slice it. Okay, green is in. Time to fill the bowl with water and do another rinse. Up next is blue. Blue. For which we have the royal blue coloring. How long have we been at this? Only 3.5 hours. That's really not bad. It feels like a little bit longer because the processes can be tedious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But that's really very reasonable. Considering we're making 2 things. Now we're gonna go obviously longer because we have to let it bake and you guys want to see. And we got to do the cookies and you guys want to see. Oh, there's a blue. That's beautiful. But for this part, doing good. Oops, Seamus is done with his little bit of a salad. I can hear him coming out behind me to put what's remaining away in the refrigerator. Okay, blue is mixed. Look at that. Look at that blue. It's so beautiful. Buffalo chicken mac salad, nice. I don't know what I'm gonna nibble on. Kind of out of leftovers. Not you, Seamus. I'm not nibbling on you. There it is. Oop. I dug a little too deep there. I see the green coming up through the blue. We'll be okay. Tease it. You know, I could spin this to make it easier for myself. To see what I'm doing. There's a novel idea. The Bundt pan is not attached to the counter. Tease it out. Scrape the bowl clean. Clean as we can anyways. All the yummy batter into the container. What? Listen, like I said when we were playing RimWorld, unless you're gonna let me bite whole chunks off, you cannot feed me like that. It's not feasible. Rinse, rinse. Whip it off. When I say whip it off, by the way, I'm like swinging my thing to whip off water. Purple time, the best color. And we are using that regal purple. The regal purple. Yes, because it's supposed to be so bright and wonderful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Be beautiful for me. I really feel like this is a mislabeled violet. But it may bake out to be the right color, and then I will be proven wrong. Heat does something sometimes to color. Scoop and lift and scoop and part and lift. No streakies. The only streaking is in chat. That should do it. Ugh. Wipe my fingers off. All right. Let's get the purple on. The best color. Ease this into place. Superficial tugging. This is gonna be so cool when it comes out of the oven. And we can slice it. Obviously, we have to wait for it to cool enough to slice it. but it should cool down enough while we're working on the cookies. And then we'll be good to go. So I guess now the question is, does anybody have opinions on what they'd like to see for the hour of time we're going to spend together while we wait for this to bake? I can do, like, I've got a solo play Pal World I could go into. I've got, I could get the pictures off of my camera and start a little retouching. I mean, we could technically boot up Plate Up, but I don't know how far I can get in an hour. We could do an hour of words on stream, technically. That's the real question. What do we do while this bakes? So if you guys have preferences on what you want to watch out of like those kinds of options, let me know. Tease that into place. Yeah, this really doesn't look purple until you put it next to the blue, and then you're like, oh yeah, that's purple. That's purple. You know what this means, guys. This means I can lick the spatula and my fingers. Because now I'm done with the thing. That goes in there. Some water in this. Okay. I am going to temporarily mute my mic, and the reason why is I have to pick this up and do the drop to get rid of air bubbles, and it's like against this it's going to be really loud and I don't like hearing it, so I definitely don't want to translate it into stream because I don't think you guys would like that either if you just suddenly got bang bang, especially for our lurkers. So muting the mic for like 15 seconds. There we go, no more air bubbles. Or at least if there are, they're more to the top. Okay, so this is gonna be baked for 50 to 55 minutes. So let me start by putting 50 minutes on my timer. I'm going to put it into my 350 Fahrenheit oven. Perfect. I'm going to start my timer, and now before we sit down together, I am going to wash those dishes. So we're going to put words on stream back up for you guys, and that way you can work on that, and then when you see me next, it'll be desktop Sam for just a little bit of whatever we do while we wait for this to bake. So here we go. Let me turn on the autopilot again and hit the continue button for you. Off you go. This might actually eat up more time than I think. Maybe not. We'll see how fast I can wash dishes. I'm just looking forward to getting off my feet for a moment. I would normally just leave them be, but technically speaking, we're gonna have royal icing to make and potentially the icing sugar for the bundt cake. But if I put the icing sugar on the bundt cake, it's another 30 minutes before we can slice it because it has to sit and set up. Which is part of why I'm thinking I might just put powdered sugar and call it a day. I think everybody might be in hard lurk mode. That's okay. That is A-okay. Words is there if you want it. But it is not required. No, these are not actual songs. I make random sing-songy noises while I do mundane chores. Oh, I hear a big word. Noise. That up there, that'll make my life easier. I have room for 8 million bowls. Ooh. Oh, man, I just realized I've got to go through my VODs and make clips for the compilation on Wednesday. Tomorrow's the last day of June. Oh my goodness. Time sure does fly. Time sure does fly. Ugh. My gosh, guys, my aunt is so cute. She was asking me about streaming and whatnot, and she thought I got paid from sponsorships. I was like, I wish I had sponsorships. I wish I had companies that wanted to sponsor me. It's like, no, it's just kind community members and ad revenue from Google. Google AdSense is probably what Twitch uses. that. Okay, okay, okay. That there. Probably be at this till around 10-ish. Hopefully not much later than that. It's time to have a sit for a moment. I'm almost ready to join you guys on this for a moment. Oh, we got a fake letter in here. Bet it's the G. Show is. Was a good go. It was a good go. Nicely done, making it back to level 8. I need to move this out of my way, don't I? Oop. Just making a mess of things, don't worry. Don't worry, I'm just making a big old mess. Really good. All right, let me bring you over to this screen so you can see my face. I'm sitting. We have 35 minutes. 35 minutes of just like chill time. We've got ads coming up. I am basically gonna just figure out what we're doing during the ads. I'm kind of thinking I might just pull my camera out and the tethering cord and pull the stuff that I did yesterday while I was traveling into the computer and just like kind of share it with you guys. I think that could be nice. Like maybe, perhaps. And actually, while we're here and doing this, I need to move this over here, and I need to reset that and do this. That'd be fun. Yeah, I thought that could be nice. And it's one of those things where as soon as it's time for me to get up and go check the cake, like, I don't have to worry about, am I fighting a boss? Do I need to, you know, run away or something? Like, no, I can just get up and go do what I gotta do, which is super, super handy. So I need to just... I'm gonna have to open up ye old Lightroom. No, Seamus has not seen these yet. Well, Dova, the cake is in the oven, so we have to wait 50 to 55 minutes for the cake to bake. We've got 30 minutes left on the clock approximately. And then when the cake comes out of the oven, we can check on the cookies and start the slice and bake process, which should be fun. But in the meantime, we're gonna take a look at the photos that I took. I'm waiting on Lightroom to boot. You know what? While Lightroom works on figuring its shit out, let me... Oh, there it is. Let me grab the camera and the cord to tether it into my computer because I can't very well share the photos with you if I don't get them off the camera. Just when I thought I could sit down. Dang it. Camera. Cord. Set this down. Like so. And what I need to see... Do I have it set that I can just... Add that in. One moment, please. How awesome my house must smell, right? Oh, that's why I have it that way. I'm just trying to make sure that you guys are going to be able to actually see what I'm working on. That's all. That's all. Because it would be no fun if I did this and then you couldn't see anything, right? Yeah, that'll do. That will do. And this is perfect because the ads have just begun, so nobody's really missing anything while I sort out what this window is going to look like. Alright, let me get my camera tethered in. One of these days, I'm going to do a fine art photography stream. One of these days. I have thoughts and ideas in my head. It's just a matter of making it be not just in my head, but ready for doing on stream. This guy. No. Woohoo. Not me trying to fall the fuck over. Let me slide back in so that it white balances off my pasty ass and doesn't show you blindingly bright skin tone. Okay. We should be good to go. Welcome back. I just finished getting the camera all plugged in. So I am going to bring you guys over here. And just for my own sake, I actually need this to come down like 2 notches. All right, here's Lightroom. This is all of my nail art. This is all of my nail art. Yes, it's going to go into the expansion drive H. Turn that on so that it can be recognized. I do have the chat boxes on here, right? I do. Perfect. I'm just wondering, I feel like I am missing one thing, and I'm okay with what's missing. Okay. Oh, it feels so good to sit the fuck down. Get off of my feet. Import. And the D610. And we're going to be putting it on the H drive. Give it a moment. It's thinking. It's having a thunk. Actually, you know what? I can do that for the moment. What's interesting is you can't actually see the import screen from what I can see on the preview over on the OBS side. And actually, well, that thinks for our intermission, let me just jump into the art. Nope. What is the art? Hang on. What are they called? Creative categories. It just, okay, they changed the thing and I forgot that. At least the art one doesn't look terrible like the fucking food and drink and Who's me? What's it there? Beauty and body art. Those ones got boned when they updated what they look like. So we're just going to be in this category for a moment while we work on this for our baking intermission. So I need to figure out where things started because I don't remember when I took some of these photos. And again, I know you can't see the import for whatever reason. Oh, I've got a lot that have to be. Okay. I done goofed. I really need to go through this and figure out what photos have already been imported so that I can, I can fix that. That was the 28th, and make a folder for it. Because, yeah, I clearly haven't been cleaning off and formatting this as I've gone, and it shows, and it's a problem. Trademark. With a capital P. So I have to manually select the photos that I want. And yeah, I've got to go through and I got to clean this off so that way the next time I do this, I'm not looking at 84 guacabajillion photos that I already have on my hard drives that do not need to be imported. Thank you very much, Self. You've done yourself a disservice, especially because you have to check mark them. You can't just like do the shift and click. I am my own worst enemy. Almost there. I think. Wow, I took a lot more photos yesterday than I thought I did. I can't tell you how many times that, like, I saw something and then was like, oh, I need to take a picture of that, and turned around and went back. Okay. Perfect. Import them. Please. Thank you. Here we go! Ugh. For anybody popping in, my title is going to be so confusing. Bake with me, but we're looking at the art category? Yes. Yes, you are. Oh. My word. I may have been slightly over ambitious with doing two things, but we're really like, if I had gotten started 2 hours earlier like I wanted to, 2.5 hours, I would be in much better timing and shape. So, it is what it is. It's amazing. Yesterday started out, it was like this dull, gray, icky kind of overcast weather that's not great for interesting sky, but it's beautiful for great lighting. And it just cleared off and became extra lovely. So you can see like the gray sky in some of these earlier photos of the day, and then this is where it started to clear off. If I seem like I'm moving funny, it's because I'm trying to like stretch my back a little bit. I'm attempting to do infrared as well. My filter does not fit my new lens because I haven't done infrared since like my previous camera's base kit lens. So, because I moved from like a basic D200 to the D610, which is a full frame camera, which requires a specific lens that allows for you to have the full frame. So I really need to get a step down ring so that I can fit my filters between. So some of the infrared didn't come out quite right because my hand slipped, and we'll see if they're even at an acceptable quality. Anyways, they're gonna need the channels swapped to actually make it proper infrared, but it does look really cool. Infrared photography is really fun. I need to do a twisty. 18 minutes. You're also going to see some where I took like 1,000 photos of the same thing, and it's because I'm probably going to try to combine them in an HDR format, which is high dynamic resolution. And usually you take several photos that are, you need a tripod to do this. You take several photos that are all of the same thing in the same location, and you do different exposures, and then you combine them so that you get the beautiful brights being tempered and the beautiful darks having depth, and it just it makes it so that what you see with your eye is what you see on the screen. It's a very cool technique, but you need to take a million photos. Like, here you go. This right here, starting from like here, is for trying to do HDR. I know that's exactly what I was working with. And this is probably going to be the same thing. It's working on the photos. I also do not pay for Lightroom for what it's worth. I bought Lightroom before Adobe made the shift to subscription, and I will never subscribe to Adobe products because I'm not paying $20 a month to have access to one program. That's ludicrous. I don't care how many updates you put out. That's ludicrous. I don't even want to pay $20 a month for Netflix, and Adobe, I don't like, no. Too expensive. Way too expensive. Yeah, this is the infrared. And this is where I fucked it up. The clouds are definitely going to have blur and stuff. It was so windy at this point up on that lake. It was so windy. But that's normal. There's usually a lot of wind coming in off of the water. That's a very typical standard thing of large bodies of water. This is definitely a lake, though, that I would never swim in. There's so much nasty, like, grass and shit growing up through it, and I'm just like, ugh. I don't want any of that touching my legs. No, thank you. Or my feet. I'm very particular about how things are around me in the water, and that's a big, like, nope. An absolutely giant nope. Ugh, I need to crack my knee. Come on, buddy. Oh, there we go. Mo better. 15 minutes. I'm going to take some ibuprofen, too, while we're sitting here. That will help my feet and my back. Pre-game this shit. Oh, these ones are cool. One of the lakes I stopped at on my way home Like, there's all the boats tied up to the little mini piers. There were 2 small watercraft airplanes. I was like, how interesting. I've never seen that before. This also may be HDR-ified, because there's definitely color in the sky, but to get it to pop, I'm gonna have to play with contrast and stuff. We're almost there. This is among the last stops that I made, if it not the last. We're up to 97 photos. It's a healthy amount of pictures. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, there you go. You can see the color. But you have to really drop the exposure, and there's like nothing to all of the greens of the trees and stuff. All right, and there it is. We're building standard previews. All right. Make them big. So, funny story about this. I was trying to find a waterfall, and I missed the trailhead, and I wandered down this random path that's like literally big enough for my feet to stand next to each other. And I found this. I don't know if I care for any of these peeky outy photos though. Well, this first one may not be that bad, but normally I prefer my water to be smoothed out. I might be able to make this one work. We'll pick this one. I'll take a second look at that one. This one, I don't know how I feel about it. I might be able to make this one work. So the letter P lets me put a flag for I picked this, and then I can filter down to just see what I picked that I want to go over. Swamps are beautiful too, or marshes, or whatever the fuck this would be called. Again, it's that gray overcast day. I think I like this one the best. There we go. That's a nice one. Managed to get the mower running. Let's go. You don't have to morning person. That's fantastic. That is fantastic, Nivex. We are waiting for the cake to bake and going over the photos right now that I took yesterday while I was driving up through the Adirondacks. This was cool because the clouds were starting to clear and they were just sort of obscuring one of the mountains. And I think I like it best off to the side, ever so slightly offset. And I know I'm going to be cutting out like the bottom part of this and a little bit of the clouds so that it's more of a long landscape. This one. This one. As cool as it is to get like more of the flow of it, I just don't necessarily care for the composition. I mean, I might be able to crop in and make that work. But this up close and personal one I really like. I was interested, so this is the lake itself. It was very choppy. The clouds are very interesting at this point because it had cleared off. But I was very interested in the contrast between the brightness of the sun on the water and the grass sticking up out of the water. Like I said, it's a gross lake. The problem with lakes, though, is it's just like a very flat landscape. There's nothing to lead the eye around. And this is where I was figuring HDR would come in handy. I might be able to do something, though, with just the upper part of this. Maybe because the streaks of light coming down out. We'll pick one of those. Yeah, these didn't come out as well as I thought they would. Oh, I must see, Wazo. What did you send? Oh my gosh! I'm so jealous, Wazo. I want one. I want one. Wazo found the barrel drinks. I do kind of like this with the tree there because it gives some visual interest. I just found these rocks and the sticks cool. You didn't buy them, that's fair. My cousin and his girlfriend were sitting cutely. I will be retouching that one just to send to them. I do kind of like this looking out over at the lake. I'm probably going to crop in off the bottom of here. Like, bring it in like so. This is the infrared. We'll give it a shot. The clouds are just... they're so interesting. Let's actually take this one. I like the dynamics of the clouds better. And I probably can do a landscape of that one. That should work. If this wasn't here, this would be so much nicer. Oh, right, the ducks! How in focus are they? They were quite a distance from me. They're actually decently in focus, considering the distance. But I don't think I could easily... well, I might be able to do something with that. See, now there's visual interest. You've got the mountains in the background, and then this jutting land, and then whatever the fuck this is. Probably more marshy grassiness. Talk about fucking up with the filter. And yet, it could be something interesting, so I'm going to play with that. But you can see how windy it was. Look at this. This is all from the wind. Just like constant gusting. And you have, it's like a 30-second exposure for infrared. So everything is smoothed right out. But we're going to play with it. This one. This was such a gorgeous, like, hill. I was at, I want to say I was around 1900 feet elevation here. And by the time you get down to this hill down here, I call them hills. They're like steep hills. Because by the time you get down here, you're down to like 1200 foot elevation. It's quite the change. But I took this also as vertical, and I think I like the vertical the best. Because then you start up here, and it just kind of leads your eye down as a line, and then you got the mountains on this side. It's just so pretty. It's so pretty up there. 4 minutes on the cake. There's those planes! Like, how often are you gonna just, you know, casually see a small single engine water flight aircraft? Just casually at a dock. Because I was standing on a beach, but right behind me here was a street. And across the street were cafes and restaurants. Like, literally, these people landed to go to the restaurant. They probably are more common up in Alaska. You're probably right, Nivex. Also, there's a motel back there. Just in case you needed a place to stay. I thought that was hilarious. I'm gonna go with that one so I can crop in as I please. And I like that one too. Okay, this is where the sunset was. Ooh, now I can smell the cake. So you can see, like, you get different colors depending on the exposure. But you can see ever so slightly the pinks and stuff right here. No pontoons, though. That's so cool, though, Nivex. Yeah, so this is all the HDR. Because there's the color. But look at how dark this gets to get the color in the clouds. And the clouds were moving. Because of course they were. Alright, so I'm going to label these yellow. Because they are a batch for HDR. I should be able to blend them fairly well. And then I'm going to pick them all. Because that's going to be a compression down into one. Which should be really cool. And that's the last photo. Nice. So of the 103 photos that I took, I have picked out 34 of them. As one does. This is very normal with photography. You take an absolute shit ton of photos and then narrow down. Because we're not doing film anymore. Digital photos, like, you have so much more leeway. You have so much more leeway with it. It's great. It's great. So let's see. I've got 57 seconds. I'm going to move this over to the develop side. We may come back to this together. I may just do this on my own. I don't know. Because I am interested in playing with these. But I need to... Come on. Come on, OBS. Come on over here. I need to go back to the food and drink category. Because it is time for us to pop out... Potentially pop out the cake. Now you're tempted to get your digital camera out? Do it, Carrie. Do it. You won't regret it. Excuse me, OBS. Go back to that. Thank you. Haven't played with that for a while. That's fair. Okay. I am going to switch you guys back over to the Bake With Me screen. You obviously are not going to see anything for a moment because I have to get back out there. But Let me at least bring that screen back up. I also was a smart cookie and I charged the mic up a little bit while I had a chance. Okay. I'm out here. You should be able to see me. I just have to reconnect so that I can see you guys. Oh, that's interesting. I have to do one more thing, but for the moment, because I can see what you're seeing through this, I'm going to spin so you can see that. And then I need my cake tester. I need my sock to not fall off. Oven mitt. Usable cake tester, by the way. Oh my god, it looks so cool. It looks so cool. Clean. Clean. It's done. It is done. The colors are there. They are absolutely there. It rose interestingly. But they are there. I have to actually change a setting on OBS that I didn't realize affected my screen capturing thing. Real fast. Settings. Apply. Okay. Perfect. There, now we're good. I'm gonna swing this back this way for just a momentum. And I am going to let that sit for a tiny moment there. I need to put a 10-minute timer on so we know when to dump this. She does say to leave it for longer than that, but I'm gonna start a 10-minute timer because in my experience... Let me pick this up. I just wanted to sit down so badly that I said I'll pick that up when I come back. Well, I'm back. Let me bring the cake over here so you guys can actually see it. Seamus just saw it. Do that real fast too. Doesn't it look cool? Do you like all the colors?
It's fucking spectacular.
So the way it baked, the colors kind of blend. Seamus. The colors kind of blended in. Like, they're there. They're all there. I can't wait to slice this and see what it actually looks like. But this needs to cool for a little bit. So I'm going to leave it over on the stovetop to cool off. How well is the air conditioner doing against the oven? Now, there's a question. Oh, it's only 78 in here. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Considering in the winter when I get the oven going and whatnot, I usually crank the heat up in here to 76 without heat outside. That's not bad at all. Thank you, crazy guy. It is beautiful. I'm really pleased with that. All right, these can be put away. The colors. How did I have this? I think actually this sat on top of this. Yes. Yes, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Ugh. Put the green back in this box. Okay. So, the next step is the slice and bake cookies. Technically. It's usually 80 there. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. I'm just out here selecting way too much. That's all. I also want a little bit of extra background music while I'm out here for you guys, and it's not like pumping into my ears super loud. Okay. Slice and bake cookies. How long does she say to let it sit for? She says it should cool in the tin for 45 minutes. So, I mean, maybe we'll let it sit for longer than 10. Maybe we'll get these cookies going first. So, for the cookies, we are going to need the oven at 375 degrees Fahrenheit, which I think is 190 Celsius. It's in the Discord. If you need this conversion, it's in the Discord. So I'm going to set that up to 375 and check our log. Oop, nope, it's in the fridge. Our log is in the fridge. Oh, it's good and solid. We can slice this. You can tell because I can hold it and it's not going anywhere. Thud, thud. Perfect. Okay, I also need to real quick turn on the hall light because that's a me thing. So we're gonna slice these this, oh, let me come down here. This way. And then once we get them sliced that way, we're going to slice them like this. Maybe like this so that they all have a little bit of the flat part instead of being a flat rainbow. Yeah, no. Set that over there. All right, let me get out a cutting board. So the thing with slice and bake is that the cooler the dough is, the easier this happens to be. Okay. Goodbye, plastic wrap. Hello, sharp knife. It does say, pardon me, to slice off the ends, just to clean it up. Oh, that's pretty. That's very pretty. I will still cook those ends because waste not, want not. She says 3/8 of an inch thick. I'm just going to slice them the way I feel they should be sliced. Because measurements are hard. And I am not capable of, you know, doing a straight cut anyways. Which, it, you know, tracks for Pride cookies that they are not straight. They taste the same even if they're ugly. Exactly, Opal. Exactly. My mom just drilled presentation into my head. Because the oven started out at 350, it's already up to temp. Just gonna try to fit as many of these on here as I can. Are they perfectly even layers since I doubled up in areas? No. Does it have to be perfect? Also no. Oop, that one got a little thin on the side. It'll be fine. It'll just be a little more golden. What I'm really pleased with is that there's no, like, little air gappy bubbles. I have that problem sometimes when I do other cookies of a similar nature. Looking at you, Christmas balls. I am ending up with a little bit of shavings, but that's okay. We can live with that. All right, I need to make some space. So what I'm gonna do, I want this to stay chilled. I am going to just get... Yeah, I'll just grab a plate. To set it on, to put it back in the fridge for a minute. Because the colder this stays, the easier my life is. And then these just get cut in half so that they can be rainbows. You want to taste the rainbow dark shadow? I bet you do. I know Case mentioned you had changed your name from something else, and I am completely blanking on what that was. But welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I should actually grab a cookie sheet to put these on. They look so good. Thank you, Dova. Okay, there's the 10 minutes. Dismiss, stopwatch, start. I want to see how long this goes for. Because I'm nervous that if I try to dump it too early, it'll be a problem. I think I can get 5 across. Because it said leave an inch of space. My ruler's still here. I'm pretty sure they changed their name for that purpose. So an inch is approximately 2 fingers. That's how I'm doing this. Because that is the easiest way to measure, is have a body part that matches. And if I only need an inch of space, I may not want to go 5 across. Right, it is an inch. 1 inch apart. Yeah. I think I don't want to go 5 across, only because I want to have some room on the edges. So that they don't, like, expand off of the cookie tray. Because that would also be bad. Yeah. There we go. There. So now as I slice these, I can put them on the tray. So we'll go 4 across. However many down. Four by 4. We'll get 16 per tray. That's decent. Tell you right now, I'm getting because, well, I could fit another one on. Again, we're running into that same issue of they may come off the tray. Depending on how much they expand. I don't know how much they're going to expand. But that's a very, very happy tray of cookies. 2 fingers per inch. Ooh, woo, Nivex. Okay. So it's taking me approximately 2-3 minutes per tray. That's good to know. These have to bake for 10 to 15 minutes. I am going to do 12. I hear a teammate. Start my timer. Hi, May. How are you? Yeah, rainbow cookies. Okay, now I have enough space I can slice these. Since we can get 16 per tray, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yeah, I don't need to slice any more off just yet. Because I need the space to slice. You know? I'm excited for these. And then I gotta make the royal icing so we can put little clouds on them. And then we can taste the rainbow. I know you guys can't really see. Let me tilt this down. Because what you really want to see are these cookies, not necessarily my face for the moment. That one got a little shaggy. It'll be fine. Yep, perfect. You're crocheting. Ooh, what's your project? Crocheting looks so much fun. I can knit. I've never successfully crocheted anything other than chain. I can chain crochet to save somebody's life, but knitting, way easier. Anything beyond chain crocheting, haven't gotten the hang of it yet. Okay, I need to get the log out so I can slice more. I need to turn this on an angle here. There we go. Oop, there's our first air bubbles. I'm okay with that. Especially because they're all the way in the purple. We're slicing that in half anyways. An axolotl and a seahorse today. Oh, how cute. You can't knit to save your life. I do basic knitting. You're making a stingray. Oh, why all the sea animals? Is it for a bigger overall project or just you feel like sea creatures? And I'm guessing since you're saying sea creatures, you're doing amigurumi, where you make like the stuffies. You make the stuffies. I love that. Those are so much fun. That is why I want to get into crochet. I'm not gonna lie. I want to make those. They look so cute and it looks so relaxing. One more slice. That's what I've got room for. And then we don't have a lot of slices left, but I need to make at least one more tray before I can slice more so I don't risk like nicking what we've already got. Hairstyles let you sell them in your salon. That's so cute. Oh my God, May, what an opportunity. I love that. That's amazing. That is fantastic. Big W to your hairstylist. Big W. Yep, it's about 2 fingers. Yeah, you can see the ones that are chilled are not nearly as flexible as the ones that are not. Like, as they warm up, they get flexy. I'm looking forward to these. Seamus wasn't as excited about the cookies, but like, I love having a good cookie I can just reach for, so. I am excited for these. Yes. Yes, I am maintaining. All right, we definitely are getting more than 3 dozen. I'm probably not slicing them 3/8 of an inch thick, though, to be fair. I'm used to my cookies that are 1/8 of an inch thick. And I'm sure it'll be fine. Slide those back. All right, now I can get the log out. I can get out the log. The log of cookie. And we can finish slicing this bitch. Got about 5 minutes left on the timer. And I'm definitely not going to get another slice out of this. But I'm going to cut them in half regardless. The oddball ends because you know what? We can still eat them. Just get that off to one corner. Beautiful. Plate goes in the sink. Knife does not, because nobody needs to reach in and slice their fingers off. They look cute in the oven, you guys. Okay. Get our weird ones on here. Yeah, this is why I knew, like, the actual baking of the cookies wasn't going to be a big issue. Prepping them takes some time. Baking them, not nearly as problematic. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Perfect. I've got one more dozen. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and some odd dozen of these. Let's see. I'm gonna tilt this back up so you can see my face again. I'm gonna real quick run a calculator. 4 times 16, 64, plus 12, 76 divided by 12 is a little over 6 dozen cookies. 6 dozen plus 4. For a recipe that said it would make 3. Like I said, I don't think I'm slicing them 3/8 of an inch thick, at least not consistently. Where did I put that ruler? Yeah, because 3/8 of an inch thick is like that thick. And I think I'm doing more like a quarter. No. 1, 2. No, I'm lying. I am doing at least 3/8. I'm reading my ruler wrong. There's 3/8. So yeah, no, the recipe is just doesn't know how much it makes. My log could have also ended up longer though. There's also that possibility. So. Okay. 30 seconds on that tray. I should pull out my cookie sheets. Or my cookie sheets, my cooling racks. I'm gonna need those. Pop this down. And this actually works out because when I turn out the Bundt pan, it's gonna have to be on the island. It is gonna have to be on the island. Dismiss that. I'm gonna spin you guys over here so you can see this. I'm not sure 100% if they're done at 12 minutes. I have to take a peek. I'm gonna say we're going for the full 15. We need another 3 minutes on this. We're going for the full 15. Okay. That being said, welcome back over here. Slide these here for the moment. I want to tip out the Bundt. Ugh. I don't think that's big enough. Is it big? It's just big enough. Okay. I haven't used this one in so long that hat, gloves, and of course, you know, the Bundt pan. Oh, it smells really good. It smells really good. It's definitely gonna release. Like, it's already pulled away from the edges. It's gonna release. I'm gonna set that on there like so. I almost took these off and touched the hot Bundt pan. A perfect release. Thank you very much. That is always so satisfying. Oh my goodness. She's beautiful. She's staying on there, by the way, until she's cooled off. But she's beautiful. She's very warm. She needs time. Prove that I have mad skills. Thank you, guys. Oh my god, that was satisfying as fuck. That was satisfying as fuck. I love when a Bundt cake just falls out properly. Oh, cool. The mosquito that bit me, that bite's coming through. The bugs are out, by the way, you guys. Pixie! Pixie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika. You may also hear me called Sam. I am a member of Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams and a variety streamer here on Twitch. And while we often play games ranging from horror to puzzle to cozy, today we are baking. We are in the kitchen. We have worked on a rainbow Bundt cake, which we just tipped out, and all you can see right now really is the red layer because it kind of like pushed up and through. It almost like all of the colors sank in, so I'll be very interested to slice into this, but it's too hot to slice at the moment. And we're working on rainbow cookies. We're working on rainbow cookies. You forgot to copy the raid message. Oh no, Monster, it's okay. I love you, Pixie. Hello, Pixie. Hello, Udon. I don't have that command, Knivex. I'm sorry. Hello, Monster. Yeah, cake. We're baking for pride. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. You guys, if you're not following Pixie, you should be. I need to pull cookies out of the oven, so you're spinning. You're spinning. The oven waits for no raid. We're making rainbow cookies and a rainbow Bundt cake, and it's just all the rainbows. So one comes out, and one goes in. Oh my goodness, Pixie. How was your stream? How were the games? Tell me everything. I'm assuming you were playing Faz or DBD. I need to change this. I think actually 14 is going to be good. 15 might be too much. Hi, Hemlock. Spin you guys back over here for a moment. Let me go back into chat. My weekend's been phenomenal, Pixie. It's been phenomenal. You were playing Phasmo. How do you like the new update? How do you like the new update? Hello, Aldera. Welcome in. Getting used to the new video and sounds is right. That's a learning curve. That is absolutely a learning curve. Like a major learning curve. So this weekend, for me personally, I did a lot of traveling yesterday to go see family up at a new lake house that one of them has, and today is just baking, and I love that. Just slow going, yeah. So that's my air conditioner. But also, I don't know if it's just the Hashimoto's or if I've really done a good job of tempering my body, but I am comfortable, like most comfortable between about 74 to 78 Fahrenheit, and it is 78 Fahrenheit in here, and I'm happy. I'm happy. So the cookies that we're making, they're little rainbows. And we're going to eventually royal icing pipe some clouds on when they cool off. I haven't made the royal icing yet. That's on the to-do list. We just tipped the Bundt cake out and she's got to cool down. I wish I could show you the bottom of her. She's beautiful. She's layered in rainbow and I can't wait to see what she looks like when we slice her open. You want some? Come to New York. New York is where the goodies are. Of course, if you have to raid and run, if you need to get your post-stream self-care, if you have things you need to do, this goes for you, Pixie, and everybody who raided in with you, because I'm sure they've been there a while. I appreciate lurks, I appreciate chatter and chilling, but if you need that post-stream self-care, go get it. Because you matter and you're important too. Sounds so cool. Oh my god, it should be really interesting, Hemlock. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. Let's see, we're at 3 minutes. How long does she want you to leave it on the tray for? 5 minutes on the pan. So that has a couple more minutes to go. Ooh, they're gonna be here for next week and that's amazing, Pixie. I'm so happy for you. Crap. Now that I have itched that bug bite, that mosquito bite, it itches. That's the worst part. I was so happy without the bugs. I can deal with the heat. It's the bugs and the humidity. And I seem to have blood that's type sweet. It is a mosquito attractant because I always get chewed to pieces halfway across the country for cake. Because the answer is yeah, exactly. Exactly. And not to toot my own horn, but to toot my own horn, I'm a really good baker. As far as home bakers go, I would put myself in the top list. Like, I don't usually brag about myself because I feel awkward about it, but I have the utmost confidence in my baking. The utmost confidence. One less reason to come to New York now. Your streamer friend that lived in... Oh! How interesting, Nivex. I hope for a good reason. Make a cross on the bite with your nails. That will cancel the itch. I've heard that, Monster. I don't really have much nails, though. Because I do massage for a living, and I have to file them off. Cross X, it's the same thing. I knew what you meant. Between 95 to 100 here with your super high humidity. Oh. See, that's too much, Pixie. That's too much. The humidity's been around 80% every day. No. Nope. Just let me be a puddle on the floor if that's gonna be the heat and the humidity. You had 105 the other day. Ugh. Her partner got a new job up that way. Okay, so that is a good reason to move. Jobs are important. We do have bills to pay as modern people. Like, I don't want the problems that a third world country has, but I kind of like the idea of the society where it's just small communities that are very connected with each other and they just help each other out, and presumably they don't worry about money. Like, I like that aspect, but I also like modern medicine, running water, electricity, solid housing, modern hygiene standards, so on and so forth. Computers. Thin, flat thing. Oh, you know what? You're onto something. The humidity is what... Oh, yeah. Heat and humidity is really bad for pots. That has to be miserable. That has to be miserable. All right, it's time to take some off. Other drawer. I need my spatula to get to the stuff on the tray. So they don't spread a super a lot amount, but they do spread enough. Oh, they're solid. Which is to be expected. What I think is kind of funny is they sort of puff up a little bit and they're doming outwards, so they're not flat on the bottom. And then I can set up one more tray. And then from there, we can work on the royal icing. I have to decide if I want to put icing over the top of the Bundt cake. Maybe I should put the vanilla glaze on it instead of just powdered sugar. That takes like 30 minutes to set up, but I think we've got a little bit of time considering the cookies have to cool and be baked and stuff. Okay, I've reclaimed a tray so I can put the last of the cookies on it. I just don't have a lot of space over here. Slidey slide. Toss the glove on the table. Spin you guys. You'll be listening in lurking. You have to wash the makeup off and take Obi outside. No worries, Pixie. Thank you again for the raid. Can I get one more shout out for Pixie, please? Northern areas of the Midwest. Yeah, family-like communities. Yup, where you just help each other, but you still need to pay bills to the government. You know, that pesky government. Thank you, Seamus. I love you coming to see me. I usually lurk your streams, Pixie, because I am multitasking. Summer started off hot, and it doesn't seem... Yeah, no, it's going to be a hot and humid summer this year, it seems like. So long as it doesn't rain as much as it did last year, you know, where it was like raining every goddamn day, I swear. I swear. It was too much rain. I want to enjoy my summer. You see me lurking? I appreciate that you notice. So this is like a little behind the scenes. I will never call out anybody from lurk, except for like maybe Seamus, because he's my fiance and I get special privileges with my fiance. I will never call anybody out of lurk, but at the end of stream, I always take a quick peek at my viewer list in Firebot before it clears to see who was hanging out. Just to see. I hold it against nobody if they can't make it. And it's not one of those like pretentious things. I'm just curious. I'm always just curious. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Because again, I'm not calling anybody out of lurk. I don't want anybody to feel like they cannot lurk. Because you absolutely can. Some Phineas and Ferb, do it hemlock. But you see me? Yes, always, Pixie, always. And I have so many friends, I'm not gonna lie, this is the struggle of having a lot of creators that you like on this platform, and the platform only recognizing 2 tabs, the most recent 2 tabs that you've interacted with. It's very hard to keep up with all of my friends who stream. I forgot to bring my water back out with me. It's so hard because I want to have everybody tabbed up, but Twitch won't recognize my lurk in all of the streams. So I have to kind of rotate who I'm lurking. So as I get used to people's schedules, like if I lurked Pixie, I'm just throwing out random things. If I lurked Pixie last night and Pixie goes live again tonight, but I hadn't been able to lurk Case because Case wasn't live yesterday or whatever, I'll probably lurk Case instead. And I just try to like rotate through people so that everybody gets a little lurk. You do the same thing too? Yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard. Twitch, can I have like 4 tabs? Like just double the amount, okay? I understand we have to protect against bots and people abusing things, but can I have 4 tabs instead of 2? That would be great. I need my water. I need water. It's importante. Oh, Smeagol, could you be any more uncomfortable? And by uncomfortable, I mean cozy in this shirt. I also had to stop to pet the cat on the bed. All right, how about a glaze? Should be cool enough to accept a glaze. You sometimes manage 3. The only reason I don't pull 3 up anymore, Nivex, is because when I'm working on getting drops by lurking in streams, as soon as I pull that 3rd tab up, nothing I do allows me to earn the drops. I can only earn the drops if I have 2 or less tabs. Okay. So for the glaze on the Bundt cake, and I'm hoping this doesn't make it too sweet. We are gonna need 2 cups of powdered sugar. I am not weighing this at this point because now it doesn't matter. 2 cups of powdered sugar, 2 tablespoons of butter, half a teaspoon of vanilla, and 3 tablespoons of whole milk. And I think we just mix it together and pour it over the top. Oh, but you're supposed to wait till it cools completely. Maybe we won't be doing the glaze because I don't have that kind of patience. I just want to slice this bitch. Hey, fuck that. That's how fast my tone can change for that. Wouldn't surprise you if they're trying to whittle it down more, right? Because it's one of those funny things where Twitch makes money based off of people seeing ads. Like, that is the main form of their revenue. Twitch is technically always underwater. It's not really making money, which is why I don't argue the fact that once you accept affiliate, ads are going to run on your channel. And I'm not arguing the fact that now, apparently, if you watch VODs on Twitch, there are ads in the VODs. I'm pretty sure we get paid for that too. But I am surprised that they don't want to allow a few extra lurks to count your view for those ads. Cut it now, can glaze it later? No, I can't do that. It's also too warm to cut right now. More than 2 people you mod for. Yes, Opal. Usually in that instance, I take a look to see who's got the most mods available to them, and I pick the ones with the least. Because yeah, that does happen. That does happen. Yeah. So that can just sit over there. Oh, timer. Ding-a-ling. I said dismiss. Rude. Stop yelling at me. One comes out. They are trying to delaminate a little while they're baking, the way they spread, but they're staying together enough. One goes in. Actually, based on how I hold this with my hands, I want it to go this way. And then we start the timer. Start. 14 minutes seems good. Since it's 4 a.m., yes, get some sleep. Thank you again for coming in with the raid. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. All right. Well, in that case, let's make royal icing. I do not have this printed out. People buy need because some have several. Yeah, exactly. Some have more and some don't. I need to look in. Oop, not there. Do this. Do this. Open this. I have to look in my own Discord for this recipe because I pulled it out of a video and I didn't print it for myself. I'm so smart, you guys. Okay, it's 400 grams of powdered sugar, sifted, 15 grams of powdered egg white, or half of an actual egg white, and 4 to 5 tablespoons of water. So the egg white just helps to make it so that it actually solidifies to be, where it like dries. That's all. Am I gonna sift the powdered sugar? Absolutely not. Am I going to roughly estimate half of an egg white? Maybe. Probably. Egg white. I do have to weigh out the powdered sugar this way, though, because I don't know what it is otherwise. Oops. Good night, Dova. Sleep well. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it is going on 10. Seamus is gonna murder me. Sugar. I need a bowl to weigh this in. Ironically, I need to use a bowl again. Although, actually, you know what? Let's use a measuring cup instead of a bowl. Because it'll be easier to pour it out of the measuring cup. $400 raviolis. Grams is not going to fit in this measuring cup. 265. Can I at least get to like 300? So then I only need 100 more. Okay. There's 300. We'll get this started. That'll have to do. It came out in a bit of a glump. Good enough. I'm not going to sweat it because half of an egg white is like a very unusual measurement, right? Not going to sweat it. I can't sweat it because I don't have the option to sweat it. I'm going to start by whisking this a little bit so that I have something to get the powdered sugar down into. Otherwise, we're going to have an issue. Come on now. Up you go. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong side of it. It's getting late. Let that go. Do its thing. I got 9 minutes on the tray in there. Which actually means, well, that whips up. I can detray the other things. This is going to make a lot of royal icing. No, I don't know what I'm going to do with it all. But I don't have a way to convert this. So, this is what we got. Taste the rainbow. Yeah, these are just a little bit better cooked by dropping off 1 minute. Colors are so vibrant and lovely. Ah. There we go. We're done with that tray. There we go. Mo better. Mo better. Okay, we've got our tiny little whip of meringue going. It's gonna have to be enough to try and not fuck us on this. Get a little bit of that in there. Okay. Okay. It's gonna be a very stiff consistency. I feel like 400 grams is like so much sugar for so little egg white. As long as I can keep getting like air into it, it'll work out. I may have to add the water as we go. Yeah, because that's getting like too stiff. So I'm going to add in 1 of the tablespoons of water to loosen it. A little water goes a long way. Yep. 5 minutes on the current tray for multitasking. All right, so now I've got a glossy runny thing. I can add in another of the things of the sugar. Let me take this off. Now, normally, like when I do sugar cookies and stuff, I do not make royal icing. I do not ice them because I cannot be asked to be bothered to take that level of detail, but the clouds are just too fucking cute in this instance. Okay, we need another tablespoon. Stressful day. I'll be okay, watch. Okay. There's that. This in. Give that a quick mix. Maybe this won't make as much as I thought. Okay, I need about 100 grams more powdered sugar. Close enough. This doesn't have to be super exact, by the way. It's a consistency you're looking for more than anything else. Looking good. Most of it in there for a little bit of a premix, because again, I don't want to wear this. See where this puts us. We've got 2 minutes on the timer. My thought is, as I'm rotating the trays, I should be able to be working on some of these. Cookies cool pretty fast. That's probably a little too stiff. Well, let's get the last of the sugar in. Mix this. Ouch. It's very stiff. I'm gonna need probably at least one more, because if you put in too much water, you can always add a little bit more confectioner sugar to loosen it back up, or stiffen it back up rather. And I'm pretty sure that's the whole recipe. Yep. Yep, that's it. That is indeed the whole recipe for royal icing. "47 seconds. Let's see what this looks like. Perfect. That looks like perfection. Okay. I'll let that sit there and drip. Turn this off. I'll wipe it down later. I am going to need to take cookies out and swap trays. It's nice that all the trays are already prepared. It's literally just swapping them around. Literally just swapping them, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, gorgeous. They're getting a little toasty. Just 2 trays to go. I think these might only need 13 minutes. Because those are very, very well cooked. And it could be the difference between the dark trays and the light trays. All right, start that. Spin here. I do not need this or this at this moment. This literally just used water, so it can be tipped back onto there. Getting there. I'm hoping before I end, I can slice the Bundt cake and show you guys the inside. I need a piping bag. I did start the timer. I did start the timer. Okay, you guys are gonna just get to stare at that for a minute because I have to find those materials. And I think I put them away. I did, which means they're out on the storage porch. So for the first time since he installed it, I get to test out the light that Seamus put in for me in the actual dark. I say for me, but it's really for both of us. Oh, it's perfect. I can see. I can see everything. Anyways, I know you can't see me, but you can hear me. At least you should be able to hear me. I need ye old piping bags. At least one piping bag. I'm not using the reusable because fuck it. It's so much easier to just use a disposable and not have to try to wash them. Like the reusable piping bag, it was a nice idea so that I didn't have to spend as much money and I didn't use as much plastic, but let me tell you what, it is obnoxious. Trying to clean that thing is such a pain in the ass. And for the amount of piping bags I use, it's fine. As in, I really don't use piping bags. Okay, so there's that. And then I need the tiny tip. I need the tiny tip. Stay. Things are sliding. Is it in here? Although I suppose I could use like a star tip to make the fluffy clouds. That might actually be really cute. Then they'd be irregular. But I don't know, that might not be a good idea actually. Should have a small one. How small? That small. Okay. And then I think it fits with this coupler. Yes. Beautiful. Perfect. Perfect. I know you can't see anything. It's just you staring at my island. But I will be back, I promise. I'm coming. I'm coming. Not that kind of coming, Seamus. But the light works great. You can see everything. No, Harry, you're not going out on that porch. Thank you very much. I've got a piping bag. Told you I'd be back. Okay. So now I need to take shit off of the tray. And then we're gonna work on putting the stuff in the piping bag. And I've only got one more tray after this to bake. So that's very exciting. Yeah, these are like, they are done. Oh, you know, it could also be that they're a little warmer. Maybe that's affecting the cooking. She does recommend, ooh my. She does recommend putting them in the fridge before you bake them. So I wonder if chilled cookie dough bakes at a different rate. I've never actually looked into that because I don't have cookie dough that requires that. But that could be a thing. But yeah, some of these look way nicer than others, based on how long they were in the oven for and how thick they were cut. So some of these cookies, I would definitely say ended up on the burnt side of things, but I don't think they're gonna be unpleasantly burnt. I think they're just, we really started to get golden and we're a little overcooked. Because I don't smell burnt cookie, if that makes sense. Also, that little like 30 to 45 minutes of just sitting down, my feet feel great. Like I am not in nearly as much pain. The ibuprofen might be helping too. Spin it back. Come back over here. Like right there. Okay. Piping bag. Whack it off. Set it down. I need a glass. Because this is the piping bag trick. And I love this trick. Some people can hold it in their hands. I'm not that person for something like this. Separate it. Turn it down. So this is my max fill line. I will not fill beyond it. Put it on the glass. So now, if I come to the top of the glass, I know I cannot go any further. No, you know what? I can use the spatula in here. And I'm literally going to... I know you're not going to get the best sight of this. I'm going to just tilt this in. Oh, I should have put the piping tip in there. You know what? We may do this without a piping tip. Can you tell I don't pipe things very often? I think I'm just going to snip the end and call it a day. I still had to go out there to find the piping bag, so it doesn't matter. Okay, that's the bulk of it. I'm gonna scrape to get the rest in there. And there's still a little bit of room down at the end because it is kind of bent in the cup. And since this is all gonna be on the inside, it doesn't matter if I scrape along the edge. It really doesn't. Gonna get it in there. And this is just sugar, so sugar and water and some egg white. It'll melt off of there fairly easily. Now we've got our bag of icing sugar. And because it was folded over, there's not going to be any in this area that we have to touch. It wasn't open, so there's nothing in the glass. The glass is clean. I'm just going to squeeze it down. Yeah, I'm just going to nip the tip. Call it a day. Cool. We've got our icing sugar ready. Glass back in there. I've got 3.5 minutes on the timer. There's no way this is not enough icing sugar. Like, that's a lot of icing sugar. And whatever I don't use is going in the trash because I don't have a use for it. Yeah, and ideally if I was going to use this nozzle, I would have had to put this and this into the bag already. And they would be down there, and then you put this on the outside and it just like secures the whole thing. But I done goofed. It is what it is. Not gonna worry about it. Excuse me. Excuse me. I need you to sit on yourself to hold that in place. Thank you very much. Do I want to do the icing sugar on this table where they're cooling? You know, that's probably the smartest idea. So let me... I'm going to bring this tray over there. I need to make it so you guys can kind of more or less see what I'm doing. And I don't have the ability to really drag things around this time. Because... Tee-hee, when we lost a power strip, it meant that we pillaged the one from the kitchen, so my laptop can't slide across the kitchen floor right now. So it's kind of stuck where it's at. I can't really drag it that far. Like, I can bring it a little bit, but not a lot of it. So I wanted to clear before I did any sort of dragging, you guys. Yeah. Yeah. Bring this up here because it fell. Okay. Okay. Tilt down. Yeah, so you can see for sure. And I can actually... zoom in, which will be good. Because then I can swing this. Yeah, you can see this is just the tablecloth, which I can flop down now that I don't have hot trays that are going to be near it. You can see like these ones are clearly overcooked. These ones are beautiful. This was done on the darker tray. These were done on the not darker tray. I think the color of the tray is having an effect. Not something I would have expected because it's on the bottom, but stranger things have happened. All right, we got 20 seconds on the clock. I'm going to hit that. We're going to pull them out. It's been 13 minutes. Yeah, that's much better. These come out. The last tray goes in. I will give that last tray also 13 minutes. Again, it is the lighter color, so I can add time. I can't take time away. Tamaiti, I love you. Thank you. We're gonna ice them. And then hopefully by the time we ice some of them, the cake is cool enough that I can slice that bitch. I want to see the inside. I'm going to start actually with the royal icing on the not so great looking cookies so I can practice a technique that I've never used before on the cookies that I don't care about as much. That's called big brain. I hope you're having a great day, Tommy E.T. Okay. I can always cut more tip. I can't cut less tip. So tiny little area. And now how many people can we have in Ready or Not Pepperoni? Also, hello, welcome in. Lots of yard work. Oof. These are gonna be some funky little clouds. Yeah. I don't hate it. I think I actually am gonna need to pick them up to do this. Because leaning like that, bad for the back. That'll do. I think I need a little bit more tip cut off. Little clouds. Happy little clouds, that's right. Somebody knew kind of where my brain was. Only 5 for now, but now even just the gas station spawns 38 suspects. 38 suspects? The fuck do we... You just want to really... You really want to just go ham, don't you? You really just want to go ham, pepperoni. That's a lot of suspects. This is way easier with a little bit more flow. Now I actually might be able to do this like so. Woohoo! they're cute. Oh my god. It's still shiny. But look at that. Oh my god. I'm very pleased with myself. Because I can squeeze 3 dollops and then just connect them. I feel very clever at the moment. And this will taste way better than candy melts. Without being overwhelmingly sweet, hopefully. I'm so pleased with these. Oh my goodness, Applejacks, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika. You may also hear me called Sam. I am a member of the Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams, and I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch who plays anything from horror games to puzzle games to story games and cozy games to baking and painting my nails. And today we're in my kitchen as I work on some very, very, very prideful rainbow baking. We are putting the royal icing onto our rainbow cookies. Some are in the oven, they still have to come out. We have 1 tray to go in, right? 1 tray to go in? No, the last tray's in. We have 1 tray to take off. We have a rainbow bundt cake to slice into yet. How was your stream? What were you working on? I'm trying to see from a distance. I'm trying to see from a distance. I really appreciate the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream. I will absolutely be going to check you out, see what you were up to after I am done with my stuff and my things. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. How many of you wanted to eat whatever it was that Applejacks was making? Pride baking stream as well. You raised money for charity and made a rainbow cake. I love that. Did you do the typical tiered cake to make the rainbow cake? Where you make a colored tier and then you gotta frost the whole thing? Because I didn't do that for the sheer reason of I didn't have the patience to wait for it to cool to frost it. I don't want you guys to immediately get hit with ads, so I'm gonna snooze that just once. Thank you. I'm having so much fun with this recipe. It originally called for wax melts to make the clouds, and I was like, screw that, we're going royal icing. I've never played with royal icing before, but that's what we're doing. So I'm just piping some happy little clouds on here. And of course, if you need to raid and run, if you've got a kitchen to clean, if you've got
set of feet that you need to get off of because you've been standing for a while. You know, whatever you need to do, please do it. Post-stream self-care is super important, and that goes equally for everybody who rated in with Apple Jacks. I hope, by the way, I've read your name right from across the room.
I hope I've read it right. Different colors for each layer. It was a lot taller than you anticipated.
Oh my goodness. How tall did it end up being? Because yeah, those cakes tend to be really tall. I love that I'm not the only one who did baking for Pride, though. This is actually the first time I've ever attempted to do baking for Pride. I do nail art for it every year.
But this is the first baking project. Okay. I need to get... Please don't end up everywhere. Oh, actually, I need this space. Be cool. Stuff. Be cool. Because I need to get stuff off of tray. Envious of how clean my counter looks. Yours is a mess now. This is my dining room table. I don't have enough counter space. This is my dining room table that we're working on. Oh, that one really got cooked, didn't it? But I'm a clean as I go kind of person. So that does help. But I've made the mess. I know exactly what you're talking about. Hashtag been there, done that. Are you really baking if you don't have a giant mess in your kitchen to clean at some point? Because I don't think you are. You know, I don't know how to store cookies that have royal icing on them. Can you put them in a cookie jar? Do I have to stack them on a plate? These are questions I probably should have asked before I started this project. I've got enough room on here, though, for all of them. So at least if they have to sit and dry, we got the space for that. Yeah, this tray is pretty cool. Pretty cool to the touch. Over here you go. Sit. Stay, tray, stay. A clean kitchen is a sign of a wasted life. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree.
Clean kitchen might also be indicative of a smaller waistline than mine, though. Hashtag need to exercise more. I need exercise to keep up with my desire to eat these things. Because I want to be healthy and put all of the delicious things in my mouth. Really good use of camera. There's that too. Oh, I see what you mean, Seamus. Yeah, there's not much I can do about that. Listen, it's safe for work. That's the important part. It's not on purpose.
Alarm bell! Alarm bell! Dismiss. We have cookies to take out of the oven.
You know what the important part is, Seamus? I got dressed for this today, okay?
I normally stream in my PJs, and I got dressed for this. Okay, we can turn the oven off. Huzzah! You're waiting for that cake? No complaints, Opal? I'm waiting for that cake, too.
I figure by the time I get done icing these, which isn't going to take me too long, the cake should be cool enough that we can give it a slice. I love that royal icing kind of lets you just push it around to connect it, by the way. These might be among the cutest cookies I have ever made. I am just impressed with myself, okay? I'm very impressed with myself on these. I'm also very pleased that so far 2 new to me recipes have come out great. Because we've definitely had some struggles with the new to me recipes. The rainbow bundt cake. Oh, which one? You're funny, Opal. That took me a moment. I'm not used to Opal making those salacious comments. You took me by surprise, Opal. But also, ooh-woo. Ooh, woo, Opal.
Oh my gosh, these are adorable.
But like I thought, this is a real whole heckin' lot of royal icing for not a whole heckin' lot of cookies. Just over 6 dozen.
Thank you for the lurk. Speak for yourself. I think I see a follow in there. Thank you so much to whoever followed. I appreciate it. I can't hear any of my alerts. None of them. I just occasionally look up at OBS and get lucky. If something very important happens, Seamus, who is my fiance, will yell out to me from the other room. If I'm not noticing fast enough. At least during these streams. Trying to adjust how my feet are so that leaning like this doesn't hurt so much. I heard something. Was it my music or was it an alert? Let the ads run. Because if I need a snooze at the very end, I want to have it available. But thank you for asking. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. And squeeze, and squeeze, and squeeze. If you're noticing the lights blinking, by the way, you guys, I meant to mention this before. It's because every time the air conditioner switches fan speeds or whatever, it like sucks the power down for a moment and it causes the lights to like drop and go back up. As you try to clean up, it was great to tune in. Happy Pride. Happy Pride to you too! Getting started on what? Pepperoni, did you resubscribe? Did you resubscribe?
What did we get started on? I saw something go across the top of my chat. The fuck did you do?
You did resubscribe. Thank you for the resubscription, Pepperoni. 33 months on a 9-month streak. We do not have a Twitch baby because that would be creepy. You are my brother. I think I've got a solid chunk down there. It's suddenly getting a little tricky to squeeze.
That's better.
Ugh.
Get in there. With our happy little clouds. Not using the cake stand, by the way, this time for the bundt cake, you guys. I've got a tray, like a plate that I'm going to put it on. Because the plate will be so much easier to clean than the cake stand. The cake stand is pretty. But the bundt cake doesn't stick to it very well.
And I don't want to clean it. Ugh. I gotta squat down instead of bending over. Can I see as well what I'm doing? No. Does it matter? Also no. Sorry, Seamus, I know I'm ruining your view. Ugh. Clouds on my rainbows. Do 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 do. Clouds on the rainbows are so pretty and cute. Yeah, the thing with cake is you don't want to slice it too early because it falls apart. So you gotta let it cool a little bit. You want some? These are not getting shipped, Tommy. My apologies. I honestly, again, I don't know how royal icing would do being shipped. Like, I think people ship sugar cookies with it on there, but I don't know. I don't know. Could be fine, might be a problem. Oops, somebody's shooting off fireworks. It's not even the 4th of July yet. They're overzealous. But actually, in this neighborhood, they'll be shooting them off now until the snow flies. So long as we don't have, like, the one night that we had this guy who just... They, like, decided at 3 o'clock in the morning to stand in the road, like right next to our building, and launch fireworks. Like, it was so dangerous. I thought there were gunshots or something happening. It was so loud. I actually phoned it into the cops. It's not even the 1st of July yet.
Correct. Even the awkward end pieces can have some cloudage. What's up, Shmoo? I hear you crying. You got your din din.
You know how I know? Because I'm the one who gives it to you.
Yeah, you got your wets. There's dry kibble if you're hungry.
You know this. Get the crusty end off. Also, welcome in Shockwave Streams. It was guns always. Oof.
I don't mind so long as, like, I know it's being done safely. Like, I grew up on enough property where, at least in one direction, you could safely target practice. But safety is the key. Because I grew up in an area where hunting was common. That's where I want to go back to. But in this area where hunting is not common, I don't want to hear gunfire.
Just shooting.
That, yeah. Probably target practice. Yeah, that's a good thing, not shooting people. I never want to assume. Because I know not everybody gets to live in the same circumstances. We're getting there. I've only got 12 more on the cookie sheet behind me to take off and then do this with after I get these 8 and we're golden.
The DJI mic. It's supposed to last for 15 hours. And I even gave it a little bit of a charge while we were doing the art, while we waited for the cake to bake so that we could move forward. And it still died on me. Technical difficulty, that's right. But now you can hear me again. All right. Very carefully. Yep, it's cool enough to slice. I'm just going to powder sugar it because that's what we do when we don't ice it. And we're not icing it because I ain't got time for that shit. I ain't got time to deal with waiting for the icing to set for 30 minutes. Okay. Icing achieved, as in powdered sugar. I'm gonna tilt it down a little because what you really want to see is what this looks like when I slice it. I'm just gonna get two plates because I know Seamus will want some. Get a knife. It's a knife, it's not a sword, I swear. Much excite! Oh my god. Are you guys ready for this? I don't think you guys are ready for this. I don't think you're ready for this. Are you ready for this? It is falling apart a little bit. Can we talk about how fucking adorable that is? Like, we did have some spots where the color did not mix completely, but holy shit. That looks so good. That looks so good. It also tastes really good. Cut Seamus. Cut Seamus a smaller piece because I know he doesn't want to eat as much late at night. That looks so freaking good. I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed. Thank you, Applejacks. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to dig into this. But I am not going to do that right now. I am going to take you guys... Wow, I really did not get that right. I'm going to take you guys over to Desktop Sam because we're going to find a place to go. And, like, I'm eating the niblets. And then I'm going to eat this in peace. Same with those cookies. So, brief moment while I wander back in, admire the cake. I'm just gonna, you know, casually zoom you in on the cake because it's amazing. Look at it. It's delicious. Yeah. Yeah, oh my gosh. I believe it this way. Okay, let me go over to Desktop Sam. Because it is 11 o'clock at night. It is indeed 11 o'clockity. It's lighter, Seamus, because it is the
the whipping of the eggs and everything, and then folding instead of using the mixer to beat things in. So that's why it is the way it is. All the flavor of pound cake, but it's much lighter. Yes. Yes. It's, oh, I'm really pleased with that recipe. I'm really, really pleased with how it came out, with how both the recipes came out. I'm ecstatic. Like, this has been an amazing experience in 2 recipes that were new to me. If you don't already have it, like, get in the Discord, because that's where the recipes are. I will definitely like update with any notes that I might want to add, but these came out fantastic. Let us find a friend to go hang out with, because it is 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock. We need to take this over to a new place. It is Otaku. Welcome in. Yeah, we've been at this now for 6.5 hours, and I need to sit. I want to eat my cake. I want to try a cookie. I'm sure the cookies taste just as good, but I need to let that icing set up a little bit more before I eat one. So it is what it is. So let's see who's doing the stuff, the things, and Huzima what's it. Did we just go to see this person? I don't remember. We did not. We did not. I think I know where we're going. I just want to have one more quick look down the rest of my list to make sure I'm not missing out on something even better. Because you never know. There's some really cool people doing some really amazing stuff on here. No, I know where we're going. Okay, we're going to go say hello to Coco Confession. She is currently doing some makers and crafting. It looks like she's working on embroidering the Hyrule crest onto something, which is phenomenal. Like, I want to be good at embroidery, and I'm not good at embroidery. So let's go look at somebody who is good at embroidery. They are doing it in what appears to potentially be Pride colors. Oh, maybe they're cross-stitching it. I can cross-stitch. That's the level of embroidery I can do. Regardless, I think it's going to be a great place to go, because we're going to go from, you know, this kind of like chill vibe we've got here into a chill vibe over there. So you guys, thank you so much for being here, especially if you've been here for the entire 6.5 hours, like, champion. Absolute champion. I will be back Wednesday. What are we doing Wednesday? I have no idea. I'm pretty sure it's pedicure day, so that means it's going to be an early Wednesday stream. I'll put the schedule out in the Discord and on the socials, which have been shared tomorrow, sometime tomorrow. An embroidery machine to do that, it's mostly a patience. Yeah, and that's the thing. We all have patience for different activities. Like, not a lot of people have the patience for baking that I have, but I certainly cannot sit down and have the patience to, like, spend 20 hours drawing. Tommy, it's okay that you showed up late, because you still showed up. You still showed up, and I appreciate that. So you guys, if you are subscribed, you get to use the first raid message with the mandalas. If you are not subscribed, you get to use the second raid message with the hearts. I look forward to seeing you guys on Wednesday for some games. Have a great start to your week. I hope that Monday doesn't just absolutely suck the life out of you. Let's go say hello to Coco Confession. And in the meantime, make sure you practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you, because you matter, friends. Thank you for the lurks, the follows, the raids, the subs, the resubs, the bits, the giant emotes, however you supported, you did, and you were here, and I appreciate it. Have a great night, friends. I'm gonna go enjoy cake and cookies. Bye!